Good morning, everyone. It is 9 a.m. on November 26th. Yesterday at, I think it was 4:34 p.m., we went into recess in our budget presentation agenda. So I will call us back to order now to continue with the agenda. Yesterday, we concluded all of agenda item 3.5, community development. So we are set to go at agenda item 3.6 this morning. That's operations and utilities, followed by item 3.7, reserves debt, and then 3.8, community referrals, which come forward by way of recommendations from committee of the whole on an earlier date. Before we begin, CAO Given, do you have any comments recapping yesterday's proceedings?
Sure, Mayor Island. So good morning, Council. Welcome to day 2 of the 2026 budget discussions. Yesterday, obviously, a lot of discussion about all of the different departments up to operations and utilities. Certainly, administration has appreciated the feedback and discussion. We're happy to provide any information that council needs to make decisions. If there's a question you have, please don't hesitate to ask it. That's why we're here. A couple of notes. I think as we started off the day, I reported generally what the net tax requisition increase was going to be, and it was roughly looking at about 10% year-over-year increase. The change to the paid parking revenue reduces the net tax increase, so by roughly 2%. So we'd be standing at roughly an 8% year-over-year change in net tax requisition. That's not quite the same as a person's individual property taxes. That does depend on changes in the assessment of your house. And as a reminder, the portion of your tax bill that goes to the municipality is not 100%. It's probably less than half of the tax bill that we receive actually goes to the municipality. So it's not as though people's taxes would be increasing by that 8% or 10%. Now, what we're talking about is the increase in the net tax requisition. We're prepared this morning to have Director Donaldson up. But in terms of process, I would remind everybody that we're in committee of the whole, so decisions here are not finalized. It's ultimately council that finalizes the budget. At the end of the day, we'll look for you acting as a committee to make a recommendation forward to council. Or you may wish to direct administration to return with further information. Or you may wish to schedule another committee of the whole meeting, because all of those options are available to you. But I just give you that confidence that as you're going through, we're looking for, I think we've used that term, sort of accept the presentations. That's an indicator that at this time, you're not looking to make any change, and administration starts understanding what information we need to consolidate to have the finalized budget for presentation to council. I think it also shared or suggested that we were targeting December 16th for presentation to regular council. So on the assumption that committee of the whole is able to finalize and make a recommendation, administration would take some time to consolidate everything, wrap it up in a finalized product. And typically we would publish that agenda on the Friday before. So that would be available on the Friday before, which I think is the 12th. Would be available for public review and for council review before finally being considered by regular council the 16th. That's our typical process. Mayor Ireland, I don't know if there's anything else that you wanted to cover before we launched into the day's proceedings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kibben. And indeed, there are a couple of comments I wish to make. Firstly, I don't have a screen available to me. I don't know whether Councillor Roger has been able to join us yet. He has not. All right. It's no wonder I can't see him then. Because it is entirely possible that there are new viewers today that did not watch our proceedings yesterday, I thought it was worth just giving a very quick reminder about where we're at. Just to add to what Mr. Given has indicated, yesterday we received five presentations from various departments. For the most part, as Mr. Given indicated, sitting as committee of the whole, we accepted most of what came forward. That is, the proposals from the various departments. Committee has accepted those, so they will move forward. There were changes made within the Protective and Legislative Services Department, as mentioned, so revenue went up, which will affect the tax requisition at the end. Mr. Given has spoken to that. We also slightly adjusted the capital budget, and that moves forward. I just want to join with CAO Given and remind council, and more importantly, the community, that although administration prepares a draft budget and brings it forward to council for consideration, the budget is council's budget. We are the final arbiters of what the budget will be. It is our budget in every sense of the word. We have the authority and the discretion to adjust it as we choose. If there is any sense that we have insufficient information to make the important decisions before us, it is entirely within our ambit to ask administration to provide us with further information that might assist our decision making. So if there is something that is niggling in the mind of any councillor that would affect their ability to make a decision on any item, absolutely, feel free to raise questions. Council will, as a whole, will decide what direction to give administration. But if information appears to be lacking, we can always ask for more. We also have absolutely broad authority to direct administration to reduce the budget or alter the budget in any way. We can provide targets. Those can be targets as to amount, either for the overall budget or for individual departments. We can set targets for the net tax increase that will arrive on the doorstep of our residents at some point, and our non-residential properties. If we do that, if we set targets, we have an opportunity, if we choose, to leave it to administration how they can meet those targets. There is risk in that we might not like the results if we just said, here's the target we want, figure it out. We may then have to live with the results, which could be diminished services in areas where we are uncomfortable. On the other hand, we can ourselves as a group decide to cut services or adjust services as we choose. Again, this is council's budget for the municipality. It is not administration's budget. We have every opportunity to adjust as we choose. The role of CAO and administration is to provide us with their best professional advice and leave the decision to us. In terms of process, I just wanted to make one suggestion to administration. It's important that we give the community every opportunity to engage in the budget process. I indicated yesterday that when it comes back before council, it will be on a regular agenda where there will be a delegations portion on the agenda, as there always is, and individuals within the community or groups within the community will have the opportunity, as they always do, to either sign up and make a presentation as a delegation, or if they're in the room with us, they can speak to us about the item on the budget or on the agenda, which will be the budget. In order to best facilitate that, Mr. Given has indicated that the overall intent is to have this come back to council for final decision at our regular meeting on December 16th. Typically, the agenda for that meeting would be published on the 12th. And so my information request is whether it might be within the capacity of administration to have that final version of the draft budget available at an earlier date, say December 5th, a week earlier, to give members of the community a lengthier time to become acquainted with it and formulate their questions that they might have for council on the 16th.
Yeah, Mayor Ireland, looking at Director Malinchuk, I think that's seeing sort of positive confirmation from her that that's possible, and certainly with the direction that council has been setting so far, the adjustments are certainly manageable, and we can have those documents ready in advance of our regular publishing, so that would give, say, an extra week or so for folks to be able to review the budget, the proposed final budget. Absolutely.
All right, I appreciate that. I can leave it now if somebody reminds me when we get to that point on today's agenda for call it wrap up motions for consideration. One of the wrap up items might be a direction from council that the final draft budget be available for public review by December 5th. But I will leave us with, there might be many other motions before we get to that point, so I'll leave that for now. With that, before I turn it back to CAO Given and Director Donaldson, are there any outstanding questions from any councillors about either my remarks here this morning or anything that was left over from yesterday that has left anybody confused and in need of any clarity? Deputy Mayor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and appreciate your comments. Building on this overnight, we had a presentation from community development in our capital program, and we had 3 projects that all exceed $1 million spaced over anywhere between 3, 4, 5 years, most likely 4 or 5 years. And in the presentation, we're given more of an overview. Those 3 projects, I'd appreciate to have a more in-depth understanding of what the projects entail, as in how they'd be executed, and if there's any opportunities by condensing the timeline in the projects, if they would become more efficient or to be handled at a lesser cost. And I know that's a bit of an ask, not for today, but for future committee meeting potentially, or possibly the next meeting, so that I have a better understanding of those 3 major projects in our facilities, which would span those 4 or 5 years.
Is there clarity in the question asked by Deputy Mayor Melnick? All right, I'm getting nodded. So at a future session, probably committee of the whole, in about 2 weeks' time, 15 days' time, if there could be a note of those questions, then that could be addressed at that time. Thank you, administration. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Anything else? If not, then I will invite either CAO Given, if you had any further remarks, to introduce Director Donaldson, or I will go straight to Director Donaldson. I see a finger up from Mr. Given, so go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to catch one small thing as we ended the day yesterday. Administration noticed an error in the printed copy that went out to council, and it ended up causing some confusion. So we had a discussion in the community development operating budget by object type. And there was a discussion around financial service charges and the impact of debentures. This discussion about, hey, there's all these debentures planned for 2026. How is it that they only make $4,000 change between 2026 and 2025? So administration, at the end of the day yesterday, caucused and got to the bottom of that. And what it is actually that the 2027 and 2028 years should show the same financial service charges as the 2026 year. So it just was that an auto sort of increase was applied of 2% per year rather than sort of the actuals. As administration reported yesterday, 2027, we have not applied financial service charges or debt payments because council hasn't yet approved any 2027 projects. We're not asking you to. The 2026 number reflects the start of debenture payments for 2026 projects, and those debenture payments would continue forward. And so the number in 2027 should be that same 1.5156. It should continue on. Right? So we had that same confusion saying, well, we had to sort it out among ourselves, and we got the clarity that in the printed copy, the reason that there is any increase is actually just a formula error that carried over. So the 2026 debentures, the payments for the 2026 debentures start in 2026 and carry forward. So they're already incorporated.
Well, thank you very much. That was my question. And I thought we had found some miraculous interest rate that could accommodate all those additional things. All right, I appreciate that. So it should have just been a steady line, 26, 27, 28. Vermont should have been unchanged. Thank you for that.
That's correct. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Director Donaldson to start our day with the Operations and Utilities Department.
All right, good morning. Thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry to interrupt when you're barely getting going, but our technician is working on a screen so that we can follow wherever you are in your presentation more easily. There we go. I apologize for that interruption, but it looks like we're ready.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. So my name is Courtney Donaldson, and I'm the Director of Operations and Utilities. The Ops and Utilities teams plays a vital role in supporting Jasper's day-to-day core services, infrastructure, utility systems, and capital project management. From this visual, you will note a 6.6 million operating expense, with 54% of that coming from taxation and the remainder from other sources. The organizational chart provided shows our current 40 FTE equivalent positions. 32 of them are permanent, full-time, with the remainder being term, extended term, and 1 2-year term recovery position. For a department of 40 team members, we have 3 managers that include building and asset manager, operations service manager, and a utilities manager. You will also note that we are home to public transit and manage that contract as well. Within our department, our asset management program, paired with long-term capital planning processes, helps us understand the condition of our assets and prioritize investments where they are needed most. We use data to drive our decisions. A structured approach allows us to set clear expectations, improve scheduling and budgeting, strengthen contractor oversight, and ensure accountability throughout the life cycle of each project. It is for this reason that we have included in our proposed 2026 operational budget the addition of 1 FTE for an out-of-scope project management position, which accounts for an overall addition of approximately $98,400. This is a position that some of you may recall was initially approved in last year's budget. However, when reducing the 2025 budget, that particular position and a maintenance 2 position were removed. We are requesting at this time that the project management position be considered for addition and approval. Overall, the operations budget demonstrates a moderate net increase in planned operational expenditures of $197,515, which represents a 5.74% increase, inclusive of the new position. Without the additional position, you would note a 2.87% rise, which is relatively minor given the incremental wage expenses for the equivalent of 40 FTEs. We have made adjustments to budgetary areas throughout to ensure we are providing a more accurate reflection of what our costs are. And I do also want to highlight that we have also reduced expenditures in certain areas as well. I'm going to dive into revenues here. So just specifically, the municipal building maintenance budget dollar amount denotes an increase of approximately $111,000 from other departments for revenue. as an increase. Within municipal property management revenue, you will see a decrease in transfers of $38,000 in revenues. For transit, you are going to note $724,000 in a grant from the regional service route, and that makes up a large portion of the $993,000 and change in additional revenue for that line item. Within our roads department, we anticipate additional revenue of approximately $44,000, just as in relation to projects that we do charge out for, and this is in consideration of what we have done this current year. Definitely possible to be more, but we are trying to accurately forecast what we anticipate for revenue. And then within grounds, we do have a new service agreement signed with Parks, and that is just a slight but notable increase of $11,400 and an anticipated $8,000 just from snow removal contracts. Now, when we move on to the expense side, that's where you're going to observe some notable differences here. Within our asset management line item, we now have a full-time staff member who started in the second half of the 2025 year. So there is a $56,800 increase in expense and salary benefits, along with software and hardware costs. And within this line item and within our municipal building maintenance line item that is where you're going to see the larger portion of that project management position cost come from. So if you're wondering why those are increasing, that is where we're housing a larger portion of that, in addition to also it'll fall when we speak later within our utilities budget there for that project management position. We're also demonstrating a slight increase for in-house custodial, and we are removing those contracted costs in tandem there. And that is a position that we will share with protective and legislative services. So it offsets each other when we're moving the contracts. There's not actually an increase. It's just we're shifting where that dollar amount comes from. Within transit, you're going to see an increase of $828,702. So as mentioned before, $724,000 of that is from the regional transit grant. And additional revenue of another $250,000 in that category. So we're actually seeing a net reduction in transit of $165,000 overall compared to the 2025 year. All right, on to capital budgets here. So for maintenance, there is $130,000 allocated to building maintenance, and that includes power monitoring, test programming, roof access improvements, and work alone devices. So if you're wondering what those are, I'm happy to explain. So for the power monitoring test programming, that is more so for energy modeling. It allows us to monitor the energy usage in different buildings, helps us identify different spikes, identify potential brownouts, and essentially identify different voltage irregularities. So that allows us just to plan for items within our maintenance, what may need to be replaced, where we can make adjustments there. For roof access improvements, primarily that is with the activity center. We have very few roofs that are actually protected from potential fall arrests, and this is a multi-year line item with the 2026 year being the last year that we anticipate this expense. And lastly, the working alone devices. So these are for blackline monitors. They are a very specific type of monitor. We currently have an older, outdated model assigned to our staff members, and we do want to keep with that same company for monitoring purposes. And that way we have redundancies should any of the new ones need to go in for service. It would be nice to keep that consistent. Okay. Further, we have $260,000 being proposed for, again, lockout tagout panels, HVAC replacement in the Bay areas of the operations building itself, $20,000 for BMS, and an additional $150,000 for a backup generator for the building. One item that I do want to mention within there for funding sources is that the $150,000 for the backup generator is we are anticipating third-party grant funding for that, not the LGFF. We're just waiting on final confirmation of that. And should it not be successful, then we would re-examine the possibility of utilizing that LGFF fund, but we have been busy applying for external grants whenever possible. So just a bit more information about those particular projects. So we can use the recycling bay as an example if you're wondering about the makeup air units there, and we talk about the HVAC units and all that in the bays. So let's say it's -40 outside. The MUAs in the recycling bay are only outputting about 10% of the energy so that they actually should, of what they actually should. So if it's -40, it's actually pumping in -15 at present. So that is an item that does need to be done. We also have those radiant tube heaters, and they are starting to fail. With all of them being the same age, we can reasonably expect that we have a short timeline to replace those. And yes, and then the Lotto panels or the lockout tagout panels, that again is another final year of multi-year funding that we have requested, and we don't anticipate requesting funding in future years for that. All right, on to roads. So there remains $300,000 of road repair line item. I do want to highlight that this is a relatively small compared to where we should be over the next 5 years. Based on the most recent sidewalk survey, we have also allocated $100,000 to sidewalk repair. And we do anticipate that this dollar amount will be sufficient for sidewalks for non-fire damaged areas related to maintenance and repair. I do also want to highlight, earlier this year, we did come to council for reallocation of funds to be able to purchase a new street sweeper at a cost of approximately $400,000. Finance was able to successfully attain a grant for that amount. None of the items that were removed for reallocation have been re-added to the project list. I know that was a question that did come up, but I did want to highlight that. And I also wanted to just make mention of the work that finance does to ensure that if there are grants available, we are attempting to mitigate costs whenever possible. There are several DRP funded items as per the list, and the WSP fire damage reports for road and alley improvements. For transit, relatively minor. We have 3 small projects related to licensing, tool procurement, totaling $35,000. And within our grounds department, there are many smaller projects. Of note, we have 2 vehicle replacements that are needed. We did push off a third to 2027. The most pressing project at the time is the cemetery and columbarium expense. To date, we have received $180,000 for that particular project, and I believe it was the year before last, and the remaining amount is required to address the imminent expansion. The cemetery expansion project is at a point where if funding is approved, we can proceed with the RFP relatively quickly. Given its current design, concept, and project planning phase, we've done a lot of work with that. Or as a reminder, there's only 23 full burial sites that remain in the cemetery at present. And we have opted to focus that particular project on maximizing the current footprint to ensure we add spaces that will move us through approximately the next 10 years. I understand that there's many smaller different projects listed, and I can definitely answer those to the best of my ability there. So I will open it up for questions at this time.
Thank you, Director Donaldson. Questions from councilors? Councilor Consford.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Through you to Director Donaldson. I don't know if this is the time to bring it up, but I thought I'd throw it out there, like questions about the alleys and the money allotted towards that. It's some reason I've been in 3 alleys since I've been on council, and 3 different people have asked me about what's going on with the alleys. Do we have money But it's like, do you have money in there? I did hear that you have money, but is it enough to like get the grade proper in the alleys? But like, that's kind of their problem. It's either it's not, the water's not draining, or it's draining too much, or draining into their garages and stuff like that. And that's like, it just so happens, like I can't believe I've been in 3 alleys and I've ran into 3 constituents. But like, when you said that, it brought it up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland, through to Councillor Kongsberg there. Yeah, you're absolutely right. When it comes to the condition of the alleys, they are not ideal. We do have funds set aside for some specific alley maintenance. I know there's one in particular behind where the SO was. That's where a larger portion of that is. That's more of an operational cost though, just with the general maintenance. I'll be the first to admit that just with the demands our department had this summer, we weren't able to get to as much alley maintenance as we would have liked. But we definitely have operational dollars in which to address the day-to-day maintenance of them. There are some alleys that do require more extensive work, and I do believe that that is reflected accurately with our budgetary projections.
Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland, and thank you very much, Director Donaldson. This was great. I wondering if you could speak a bit more to the net reduction in transit and how that came about, and please.
Yeah, absolutely. I looked at that as well, and I felt that that was going to be a question here. So for transit, what you're looking at essentially is, yeah, so we have a grant, so that totals the amount of $724,000. You will note, however, that there is an increase of 863,000. Oh, sorry, an increase. Yeah, there's an increase of $828,000. So with that, you have a transfer of reserves, which is $60,000 within that. And then so there's $250,000 in addition to the $724,000. Yeah, so that revenue specifically is yeah, it's a transfer to reserves. Yeah, that is coming out to supplement that.
If I might, Your Worship, through to Councillor.
Yes.
Well, I can speak a little bit more to this. So the debt that was planned for transit is not coming out in 2025. Therefore, it'd be a transfer to reserves of 2025 and then a transfer out in 2026 to cover off the first year of payments. It will be taken out in 2026. It wasn't needed at that particular point. So prior council has seen me do that in the past. When we don't need debt, I don't take it out until it's needed so that we're not paying interest until absolutely required. So we'll roll that into reserves, roll it out into the next year, just offset some of the payments. So that's where you see that increase there.
Just I have recognized that a couple of other councillors have their hands up, including Deputy Mayor Melnick and Councillor Frechette. But before we leave this transit issue, it is, of course, very topical in the community. Can you reacquaint us all where we stand, particularly with respect to the capital budget and expenditures for zero emission buses, electric charging infrastructure, and the facility itself?
Mayor Ireland, maybe I'll take that item, and useful to have the so the items that you're talking about, so in 2025, council approved, the approved budget included the first portions of some of those projects that you talked about. So the purchase, so in your document, you'll see in the 2025 year, there's some items that are sort of in the green rows. Transit stop improvements, fleet facility construction, e-bike program, and zero emission bus purchases. And then you'll see below in the white that there was additional amounts. So those projects were planned to start in 2024. As council knows, due to the fire and due to some of the ongoing discussion at council, those were paused. Council has given direction that administration should return towards the end of this year, and it will likely be into the new year before advancing any of those purchases of the fleet. The facility itself has been constructed, and so you'll see the transit fleet facility construction at 1.7 in the white rows, and there was an earlier portion of 181,000 in the green rows. So that project is complete. The facility's up, was completed on time and on budget as council, past council was there for the opening. It has helped reduce our operating costs for the transit operation because the buses are now being parked in our facility. And so our local service contractor reduced the operating contract by a bunch amount because they're not having to rent space anymore. So that portion of the project is complete. The purchase of the buses, as council has heard, administration has sought an extension of the timeline as a result of the fire and the difficulty and some other difficulties we faced. That's been approved by the federal funders. So we got an extension to use the grant out into 2027. And we've been having discussions more recently with the federal funder about whether there's any flexibility on the types of buses that we might buy. Administration has found that it's been particularly challenging since 2024. The market has changed a fair bit, like the types of fleet that are available. And so we're examining whether there are alternatives. And the first is to start with the folks that are giving us the grant and say, hey, if we changed what we did, would we still be eligible for the same amount of grant money? So we put that request in. We haven't yet heard back or confirmation of whether they're going to do that or not. Administration wanted to do that work and then bring forward a report to council along with, in advance of the fleet procurement to say, okay, we've had this discussion with the federal funder. Here's the results of that. We either need to keep with our previous plan or we have some flexibility in what we do. So we plan on bringing that forward to council in the early new year. Again, subject to hearing from the federal fund about whether that change would be accepted. So I hope that answers the question. The pause on fleet procurement has been a discussion at the council table. Council specifically asked us to hold off. And we have an item on the motion action that's specifically related to that.
I just need more, I'm not quite clear.
Go ahead, Councillor Paul.
Sorry, I just need, so the question I had about, I want to understand this. $250,000 went into reserves and stayed there because we didn't need it. And then it came, I just need a bit more clarification on that. Yeah, maybe Director Valentine or Claire can answer. Thank you.
Your worship, through Councillor Hall. No, the plan is there was debenture that was planned for in 2025.
Mm-hmm.
The debenture was not taken in 2025. We will take the funds that were allocated and roll it into reserve to offset the first year of payment on the debt that we take in 2026.
Okay.
So offset the first year of payments.
Thank you.
If I can then just get some clarity, Mr. Given. So with respect to transit, the stuff in green, so if somebody in the public is just reading the agenda and the capital budget, there is no indication, I take it, in that budget that any items have been paused. So there are some carry forwards in the green, and many of those amounts are replicated in the white below. But that doesn't mean that they are proceeding, because as you said, council had paused all of that. But unless you hear that, you can't tell that just looking at the document.
That's right, Karen. So the fleet facility is the facility is the best, a good example. So council had not paused the construction of the facility. So that has proceeded. And things that are in green are actually carried forward from 2024 to 2025. Items in white were 2025 budgeted items, and some of those have not yet been concluded as a result of sort of the council direction on the bus purchases. So administration sent a revised proposal to the federal funder. And based on what we get back from them, we would likely be coming back to council with some adjustments to the proposed capital budget. But we expect to hear that sort of in the early new year. Again, we don't, in an ideal world, the amounts wouldn't change. We'd still be able to secure the same amount of funding, but the what we would choose to purchase might change. And administration has not gone to procurement for any of the buses at this time, based on the fact we're having this discussion with the feds about what alternatives might be available to us.
All right, final thing, just on this, because we're on this topic, there is a new designation on this capital budget, RTSF. Can you just confirm for any members of the public what those initials indicate?
Absolutely, Mayor Ireland. RTSF is the Rural Transit Solutions Fund. That's the federal grant that the municipality secured in 2023 to fund the capital purchase of transit related items. So that was a $5 million grant that the municipality secured back in 2023. Rural Transit Solutions Fund.
Thank you, CAO Given. Deputy Mayor Melnick, you had your hand up next first.
Well, one of the questions was about the Rural Transit Solution Fund. Having not seen that, we have some definitions provided to us on page 45 of this document, which is great. Helps to define where funding is coming from. Appreciate that. We do have the grant for the regional transit service to cover the operating expense. Are there operating revenues that come from that, from individuals who may be in Hinton using that service to come to Jasper? And I imagine those revenues are not necessarily significant, but those revenues would appear here under transit revenue, I believe.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland, through to you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. In terms of revenue line items, we are looking at a forecast for 2026 of $18,000 from book pass sales, as well as forecasted into 2027 for that to increase as well.
Thank you, Director Donaldson, and to you, Deputy Mayor Ireland. I just have a few more questions on revenues regarding the operation of our overall transit service. In 2024, we entered into an agreement with Parks Canada and with the Grand Yellowhead Public School Division. And I just would like to know about the stability of those funding sources through 2026 as it's relevant in the budget year for us. And then I'll have one other question regarding the possibility of increasing individual transit fares in 2026. It'll be a minor revenue increase, but it's something that we could potentially forecast into the budget.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and through to you, Councillor Melnick. We are forecasting that those relationships and agreements will remain in place, and we have forecasted that through. If you do look into the details of the revenue line items there. So we are not anticipating any changes at present from those agreements. And for the secondary part, if I understand correctly your question, you are referring to as to whether you are opting to increase fares for individual fares. Yeah, and that's always on the table. That's up to the discretion of council should they elect to do so. I think we offer a relatively I don't want to call it an inexpensive fare, but just a fair fare at present. And I don't think it would be unreasonable to expect that amount to rise along with our costs as they rise in each subsequent year.
Thank you, Director Donaldson, and it would be something for council to consider. Because if you raise fares too much, you discourage ridership. But a slight increase might still maintain the number of people that we have using the service without an undue hardship and continue to add small amounts to offset some of our costs. I'll defer back to you, Mayor Ireland. I do have other questions that I just want to review before I bring them up now.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Milne. I think, Councillor Frechette is next.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Allen, and through you, I'd ask, either Director Donaldson or CEO Gibbon, the 724,000 grant, that is extended to 2027, is that right? Okay, now just in terms of the bus fleet that we have now, what is the plans? Are we gonna phase those out if and when we go to full electric, or are we gonna have a hybrid system, if you will?
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through to you there, Councillor Frechette. So as CAO Gibbon mentioned, there is a possibility that we will not be moving to a fully electric fleet. We have submitted a request into the federal funder to determine whether we either are even able to procure either a hybrid or a diesel powered fleet at present, and whether we receive funding on that. In terms of what that plan will be, right now we currently have two different contracted service providers in other communities where they have made the transition from contracted services to in-house transit. Typically the process is at first is the procurement, and then there's procurement of the fleet. At times there is still the service provision of drivers, and it's almost a multi-phased approach, followed by then the drivers do come in-house. So to say that we have that fully planned out or executed at this time, we have not, just due to the pause with procurement at present. So once we know what fleet and if we are able to procure said fleet and we have council's blessing to do so, we would phase out that approach likely within two phases. So procuring the fleet and remaining with the service contract for drivers, and then subsequent phases phasing in drivers to be internal staff members.
Thank you for that. And just there's a small line item on the transit stop improvement of relatively small, 26,704. What is that going to entail, Director Donaldson?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So for example, like we have the different transit stops throughout where we're making improvements, as the line item says. So our regional hub, which is located right near the info center downtown, this year, one of the items that we did improve is we actually extended the size of the stop. So with the two services coming together, we actually didn't have enough space in that regional hub to actually park two buses. So things just like painting costs that go to marking off the areas, any signs that are needed. Same thing too, if we look at the new additional stops that we had this year as well too for the regional service. So we had to order signage at the mall in Hinton, minor items such as that, and they all just add up to those dollar amounts.
Is there any, thank you, is there any plan going forward we're assuming that the bus system will become a permanent fixture? Is there any discussions going forward as to, well, my favorite discussion, benching, or I know at one time we used to have two glassed-in gazebos that served as the train station passengers waiting area. And I believe there was a second one by the railway prior to the underpass being installed. Is there any discussions going forward regarding those fixtures to ensure our passengers would be high and dry and maybe can sit and wait for the bus? Thank you.
Mayor Ireland for Councillor Frechette. So absolutely, and that's a part of the intent of the stop improvements. So as Director Donaldson related, at this point we really tried to be pretty lightweight installations, not putting a lot of major infrastructure, given the fact that the system was new, and we wanted to be able to sort of act quickly. So if we could pop up a sign and put down some paint to start, and then adjust as necessary, that was thought to be the ideal approach. The intent of the line item around the transit stop improvements, because you'll see that it is grant funded out of our TSF, with a small municipal share. The idea is that we would be able to make some improvements for the riders, exactly as you speak about, provide some infrastructure for folks to sit on, potentially for them to have some coverage from the elements, particularly at the main stops. The other need in some areas, if maybe for a little bit of a cement, if we need a cement pad or a sidewalk where there isn't one, that's what that line item would be for. The other conversation about the overall system, and appreciating not all council members were party to the past discussion. The system was built based on a 2022 strategy. That strategy had a forward-looking forecast that ran 3 years. That brings us to 2025. And so, we can compare the results from the transit system to the strategy. And it's probably time to readjust and say, okay, so now based on what we've seen in actual results and where the municipality is with respect to considering procuring equipment and fleet, what does the next evolution of the transit system look like? That's a document that would come back to council. The relationships with external funders would be a part of that conversation, as well as the process of bringing the fleet in-house. So the concept was always using the federal funds to buy our own buses so that we wouldn't have to pay to rent somebody else's buses, which is what we're doing now, right? The fleet, the buses are provided by a third party, 2 different third parties actually. And we pay our contract for the transit operation includes the rental of the buses. When we own our own buses, the operational contract would decrease by the same amount as, we'd be able to say, well, we're not paying you to rent buses anymore because we got our own. And so we would expect in 2027, or whenever we would procure our own buses of whatever type, that the operational side of the contract would decrease by a similar amount. The local service was a 3-year contract, which will be coming up, I believe, in August of. Well, we may have done an extension. Sorry, we had a 3-year contract with the ability to do 2 1-year extensions. I think administration has chosen to extend that contract so we can align it with the regional service. So at some point in the future, when we want to go back out to market, we can go back out to market with an understanding of what fleet we do or don't have, what our ongoing strategy for the evolution of transit would be. And all of those decisions would come to council before any action would be taken.
Thank you, Director Given. I would assume that maybe the installation of said benching or shelters possibly would be married, if you will, to the comprehensive urban design and standards portion of our downtown core.
We absolutely want to make sure that it's consistent with the Jasper motif and, sort of fits with our mountain town architecture. And we'd want to do that in consultation with Parks Canada to ensure that if they're going to make any installations on their properties, because there's a number of stops outside the town site, that we have a similar vision. So that's absolutely the types of discussions that we've been undertaking.
Great, thank you, Director.
Councillor Roger? You're still muted, I think.
Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes, thank you.
Okay. No, I don't have any questions yet at all. I just, as you know, I just arrived and take a little while to follow the conversation.
All right, well, thank you for that. Your virtual hand was up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But it's not now. Whatever.
No, okay.
I don't see other hands. I would like to go back to Councillor Frichette's first question, which I perhaps understood differently. And even if I misunderstood, I'll ask the question. I thought the question was, we have an existing fleet, which is either diesel powered or a gas powered fleet. And I thought his question was, as we transition potentially to a new fleet, whether it's zero emission or otherwise, what happens to the existing fleet? Do we wind up with a hybrid fleet rather than hybrid buses? Like some buses from the existing fleet, will they be maintained in the system for a while? Do those belong to the operator? So they go with the operator? What will happen as we transition? Will it be a whole exchange of the existing buses? And what happens to them?
Sorry, Mayor Island, that might not have been as clear as I would like. We might touch upon. We don't own any buses. We don't have fleet. So when we decide to tell the contractor we don't want to use their buses anymore, then they go away. We never bought them. We're renting them as a part of the service contract. So that's maybe, I guess, a little bit more precise. When and if the municipality buys its own buses, at that time, we can tell the contractor, we don't want to use your old buses, take them away. That's maybe, there might be a bit more nuance to it, but that's the real principle. We don't own any buses. And in terms of and there are two contractors providing the different portions of our transit service. There's one contractor that we entered into the relationship with for our local service prior to the fire. Then subsequent to the fire, using provincial funding to support the regional service, we did a request for proposals, a competitive process, and selected another contractor, a different contractor that's providing the regional service. Both of those contracts include the full operation of the service, insurance, paying the drivers, bringing in the fleet, rental costs for the fleet, and each of those have a set term. And so administration is looking at coordinating those terms so we can make sort of cohesive decisions about it. But we don't own any of the fleet in either of those cases.
Thank you, CAO. Director Donaldson, you spoke a bit about the projected increase in revenue for roads, walks, and lights, an increase of about $44,000. Can you just explain how is that a revenue source? What's captured by that revenue for roads, lights, and is that patio seating? Is that lining up in operations? What is that?
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Great question. We were tasked with finding additional revenue sources from council, as you may remember. And with that, especially during recovery, we have outsourced our roads team specifically to work on certain recovery related projects, or projects where we can bill out to a third party funder or that CCI grant. So we have, hence why it's a moderate amount that we forecasted. But I would anticipate that our revenue this year is almost double that. Just with the many unknowns, we cut that number in half for next year, depending on what our capacity is and those items. But it was an opportunity where we could help ensure that we were providing actually a lower cost item for some recovery services that we were able to bill out than a third party contractor would, and we were able to action stuff a lot quicker. So it really will depend, but we do actually have additional revenue coming in from that CCI grant. I believe it's closer to $50,000 per year overall, just for assisting with things like the pop-up village and such, that we do charge our crews out for that.
Thank you. And just for everyone's clarity, CCI grant?
That's a great question. So Commerce Continuity Initiative.
And that's a federal grant through Prairies Can, is that right?
Yeah, it's the Prairies Can grant there.
Thank you for that. You also mentioned a slight increase in revenue for grounds. You mentioned an amount of $11,000. The total amount is 19. So part of it you said was a contract for snow removal for Parks Canada. What else is in there, and is there any opportunity to increase that revenue?
Yep, thank you, Mayor. So $11,400 is the new service agreement that we signed with Parks Canada in relation to, it used to be, I believe, an MOU. And we formalized that with the new service agreement this year, for that increased $11,400. And for the $8,000, that again is just new income we are anticipating from snow removal contracts. We are having to bill some of that out. It is recovery related. So will it continue in perpetuity? Not 100% sure, but we are always searching for those additional sources of revenue.
Right. Thank you again. Still looking at sort of revenue and expense columns. The expense for the cemetery, does that include regular maintenance plus excavations for burial plots? And is everything included in that $60,000 expense?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yes, so that it's a relatively minor expense there. You will note that we will be bringing forward a new cemetery bylaw within the next couple months, with a likely change in fees. We are not, I do not believe that we are charging enough at this point in time for at least a cost recovery approach to maintaining the cemetery. We're definitely not in the business of making a profit. However, the majority of the dollar amounts that are coming out of that are salary related. We're also required by legislation to put away a certain amount into a fund in which to maintain the cemetery. So that's also accounted for in there. With that said, our cemetery is, I would say, busier this year than it has been in the last couple of years. But it's not a massive expense either. So I do think with the new bylaw that we will be bringing forward, you will see some of those changes that I do believe we need to make. But I feel at present our operating budget for the cemetery accurately reflects what our costs are at present.
Thank you for that. Just for council, I'm going to keep asking questions until I see another hand, and then it happens to defer. Oh, and I see another hand. Firstly, Councillor Pritchett.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I'll ask Director Donaldson. I see there is a line item for the streetscape study and a TRF and an RR beside it. Is that funded? Is that a funded item?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland, through you, Councillor Pritchett there. Yes, those are, you're mentioning the streetscape study that's carried forward.
Right.
Yeah, so those have already been funded from previous years.
Okay, now, I just have a question. It's not on any of the line items, but when it comes to our present streetlights, are they efficient? And if not, are they, when they're replaced, is there a program or a policy in place for some sort of cohesion as to how we replace them and with what?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland, for you, Councillor Pritchett. You're speaking our language now. So I'm not sure if anyone's taken a drive down Mayette, but in that process, you will see 4 to 5 different types of streetlights. So to answer your question, in one of the capital budget line items that we have put forward and we have proposed, we are looking to have a annual streetlight fund essentially over the next few years, in which we can start to slowly roll out the same standard type of streetlight throughout the community. the streetlights that we currently have, the ones that look like more of an acorn, they are discontinued. They're no longer available. We ran into that situation, as you may have noticed, within Cabin Creek. We have selected a new standard decorative streetlight. It is our goal to move that type of streetlight throughout other areas where decorative streetlights are as they reach end of life. There's just no option in which to even fix or maintain them. The current ones that we do have, and yes, if council so desires, we can look at those options as well for the non-decorative ones too, if we're looking for a more cohesive look. Now, we are working quite closely with Urban Design and Standards when it comes to either streetscape study, different master plans, central business district upgrades, everything we're doing it through a bit more of a universal lens, I would say now, obviously more than ever. It's great to have that support and that eye for detail along with the architectural motif. That is helping us plan for that, I think, a lot more strategically. I guess that is a capital budget line item. It's new and it is up for consideration. So we hope to address that.
Thank you very much, Director Donaldson. I agree. I think it would be a wonderful thing if we're going to replace outdated commercial looking standards in our neighborhoods, that you go with something that's efficient and will serve us well for decades to come, if not in perpetuity. Thanks so much.
Deputy Mayor Melnick and then Councilor Waxer.
Thank you, Your Worship, and to you too. Director Donaldson, it looks like between the mayor and Councillor Burchett, you've been looking at my notes. One of the things I did want to bring up was the streetlights, because in Cabin Creek, I noticed that they were replaced during the activation of power throughout the Cabin Creek area, and I noticed a light that was used for a street standard. And two questions on that. First is, would those lights have been covered under the HARP program? In other words, part of the municipal assets we lost. So we actually were able to recover those lights through the grant process.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland. Through you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, you are absolutely correct. We were fortunate actually to have an architectural motif for the community as well, because even the lights that were not damaged, I believe there were 4, we have repurposed them just to head over. I believe they're going to be placed in onto Moline with the other ones. So in that case, we were able to reuse them in the short term. But we were able also to have an additional, I believe it was 2 light standards added as well, just when we did the illumination, I don't want to call it a study, but just the illumination projection. We identified a couple of areas that did require more lighting. So yes, that was covered under HARP. I believe there was a small cost to us for facilitating the move, but it was still much cheaper than procuring new streetlights in other areas.
Thank you, Director Donaldson. And I do want to reference back to last term, where council received a presentation from APCO Power regarding a streetlight replacement program. And I believe that the way the presentation was made to us, that over time, we would be replacing lights, which would be dark sky, would satisfy our architectural motif, and we would be a program that over time, the savings in energy would help to pay for some of that lighting. Am I remembering that correctly?
Mayor Ireland for Councillor Melnick. Yes, absolutely. There was a presentation on that. Administration hadn't finalized the program with ATCO prior to the fire. And so I think we're re-examining that approach based on current conditions. And so there may be more information to come on that. But as Director Donaldson identified, there is the annual streetlight replacement program, which is an unfunded item starting in 2027 and carrying forward. Administration wants to have those discussions with ATCO so we can have a cohesive approach similar to what we discussed before. I think the concept of the savings paying for 100% of the cost of the lights is maybe not the case today. That's why administration wants to re-examine that right back from the council.
Thank you both. And if I may Your worship, one more question, and it goes back to earlier part of the presentation. Director Donaldson, you had mentioned that we're in the department, we're adding one more EMT, the project manager to the budget, and I was listening, but I may have misunderstood. That project manager position is going to be shared both within operations and another department, is it community development?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Ireland, to you, Councillor, or Deputy Mayor Melnick. You almost have it correct there. So it's shared with operations and the utilities side. So we have the largest share of capital project planning. So that would be shared within both budgets. We just haven't approached the utilities one there yet.
Thank you.
And before I turn to Councillor Waxer, who was next, just on that matter, I think you confirmed when you spoke initially that that particular position was approved by council in a previous budget cycle, but has never been filled because of extenuating circumstances, the fire, for example. And so it was a position that was recognized earlier, but has yet to be filled. Is that right?
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Slightly different. So council had approved that in another position for last year's budget, or for the 2025 budget year. And then it is my understanding from when reductions were taking place and just with some uncertainties of the current year, that position and another position were removed from the budget just to limit the increase in percentage there. So we're just kindly asking for that same approval again, but just for the one position.
Thank you for that. Councillor Waxer.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through you to Director Donaldson. Back to transit, I wondered if the transit budget includes a transfer to reserves, so that, given that buses are very expensive and eventually we'll have to replace the ones that we're buying, if we're putting money aside at this point, we will begin to once we own our own buses.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland. Through you, Councillor Waxer. Yes, so to answer your question for transit specifically, with the new building, we have included a transfer to reserves in that. Now that the new building is up and running, typically we recommend anywhere between 3 to 5% of whatever an asset's value is to be put forward to reserve. So I believe that was approximately $60,000 is what we have set aside at present. And then for fleet, it looks like it is $80,000 starting in 2027.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Bichette.
Thank you, Mayor Allen, and through you, I'll ask Director Donaldson. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the policy, I think it's a policy regarding sidewalks in the community. Is it, in fact, indeed that we have a policy that says that we have a sidewalk in front of residential, commercial, institutional, there may well be another. Has there ever been any discussion about adding historical locations to that list? You know?
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, through to you, Councillor Bichette there. Not that I'm aware of. Again, if that's something that I'm assuming we're talking about the Snape Cell area.
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay, all right. Not that I'm aware of. Now, with that said, with new development, for example, we have a new building or a new housing project going up. And part of that development agreement is that they do need to provide a sidewalk in front of that, as per our policies there. So I'm not aware of that request, but that could be a future capital project. Should that be an avenue that the community deems is a need and council deems necessary. So, but I don't have all the information in the policy in front of me, so I don't know if I can fully answer that at this time.
Yeah, fair enough. I think, indeed, there is the new development going on, now is migrated to the Willow Avenue, area, and, the sidewalk indeed will have to go into their property, I understand. And that would just leave a small piece of sidewalk between that end of that development to the end of the co-op development, at the other end. And just a small piece on Lodgepole. At any rate, I'm just curious if we couldn't have a good look at that when, we do look at the streetscape plan, going forward. I appreciate this may not be the time, economically to consider it, but it certainly is worth a look at. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland, through to you, Councillor Pitt. No, thank you for that. And so just for council's awareness, it's approximately like slightly over $500 per linear meter. So depending on what that length is, that just gives you an idea as to what that cost would be. So.
Oh, yes, I appreciate concrete is not cheap. Given it is a historical location, maybe there may be an avenue to partner up with the parties who the history there is theirs, and they may want to have shine a little light on it. Thank you.
If I might then go back, some questions that I had remaining on the capital budget. Councillor Pritchett mentioned the sidewalk policy. Earlier, Councillor Collins made comments about lanes and alley improvements. The alley improvements that are in the capital budget are related to improvements to lanes that were damaged in the fire, as I see it. Is there anything there that relates to other lanes in the community that are not part of the DRP or HARP?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland. Not within the capital budget. So we do have a relatively robust operational line item when it comes to our road department, both for winter and for summer. Offhand, I want to say those are closer to almost $100,000 a piece. So nothing extensive, as in the ones by the ESO, as they require a bunch of work. However, that's definitely something we can explore. I also know that I believe we do have a policy or bylaw that also relates to, should residents want to pave their alleys, they do need to get together and have a majority who wish to do that. And that's also a possibility as well. I've seen in other communities the benefits of having paved alleys. It was a little bit surprising to me, I won't lie, that they weren't paved, and that wasn't part of a policy there. But I do think there are avenues to improve alleys should residents in a particular area want to undertake those. But when it comes to maintenance, as I mentioned, I think we could have done a much better job this year had we had appropriate resources to grade and maintain those. So I'll definitely take accountability for that. I think we got to probably 10, and that's not enough, just with everything we had on our plate this year. So we can improve our focus on that in subsequent years.
Thank you very much. The lane paving policy is exactly where I wanted to take this. That residents have an opportunity to also contribute to laneway improvements if they follow that process. Still with the capital budget, the sidewalk replacement repair line item, does that include accessibility improvements, or do we still have an allocation in the operating budget for some amount for accessibility improvements every year?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. the 100,000 should be covering accessibility improvements as well. I believe looking at previous budgets, there was a sidewalk line item in this current year. I did not see that forecasted for the 2026 year. So with that said, $100,000 should be sufficient. One thing that we have done in the past, we have done sidewalk surveys. We haven't done it to a level that would hold us in compliance with what is required of our department and under the Municipal Government Act there. So from a liability perspective, we have implemented a sidewalk analysis and program that will enable us. Essentially, we've divided the town site into 3 parts, and we're able to address those items. And we're going to do it in tandem, actually, with some of our utilities. So we're pairing those programs together from a preventative maintenance and action perspective, and in which to address those. So those programs provide us with a report. They're connected into our GIS system. They identify and put priority items. They flag them. So anything that's red are items that need to be dealt with immediately. And they utilize stoplight colors essentially and provide us with those priorities upon which to act there.
Thank you for that. My final question with respect to the capital budget. The road repairs, post-fire and laneway improvements that are part of the DRP. There's an indication of the 10%. The $1 million line item for 2026 and 2027. I am hopeful that that is the total amount and that we would be responsible for 10%. That doesn't indicate our 10% of a $10 million capital item.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Great question. You are correct. Yes, that is the total amount. So our requirement for that would be 10% of that $1 million.
Thank you for that. See no other hands, so I have one concluding question, potentially for Director Malika. I will preface this by saying that my math might be all off, but when I look at the operating budget by object type, it appears that there is an increase in the net deficit of just under $200,000. And so 197.5, I think. And when I look at expenses for salaries and benefits, they go up collectively by about $300,000. So if we exclude salary and benefits, the deficit is actually down by about $100,000. Is that right? So we're proportionally, we're exclusive of salaries and benefits. We would have seen a reduction in the deficit for operations. So a more efficient operation overall. Is that fair?
Yes, Your Worship, I would suggest the same. I noted the same as well. There's been a lot of work done by Director Donaldson to increase revenue potential in her areas.
And with 40 full-time equivalents, that's probably our highest staff component, or it might be close with community development, but there's a high staff component for operation, as well there should be. And so those increases in wages and on the grid are locked in. You can't avoid that. But despite that, the increase is less than the overall increase is less than the increase in wages. So that's excellent work. I offer my congratulations, Director Donaldson. Deputy Mayor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Director Donaldson. And just some context, yesterday a reference was made about the ability to do work in the community, and imagine if the grounds department didn't have vehicles to do work. And in the grounds department, I see we have 2 requests for vehicles. And so the questions, I can do them one at a time, but I do want to specifically ask about the electric utility truck replacement and then the quarter ton pickup. The electric utility truck says replacement. How old is that truck? Is that the original one that we required like 15 years ago?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland, through to you, Councillor, or sorry, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I want to say, I think it was more than that time frame. It was from the early 2000s, before 2010. It was the first year that it's a mighty truck, and might with the, big E there. It was the original model. We did look into what the cost would be, to actually replace all the battery systems and everything like that. It was cost prohibitive, and it was something that would be of great use to our team. We actually had many positive comments come in from community members this year, even with using the shared Polaris that we used during the summertime. So I do think there would be a benefit. That vehicle also happens to, mighty trucks will fit underneath the underpass, which is a benefit as well. Should we need to do maintenance in those areas. But yes, we do need several vehicles. We have many that are at end of life. But those 2 are what we have prioritized. With the quarter ton, that might be a bit more challenging. I'm not sure if everyone is aware, but a quarter ton and half tons are approximately the same price now. But there is benefit to the quarter ton vehicles at present, just due to the ability to get stuff in and out a lot more quickly, and they do tend to be more fuel efficient. So that's why we opted for those 2 this year.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor Ireland, to Director Donaldson, I appreciate the answer on that electric vehicle served as well. And I do believe, and people have noted that, we were at the time leading in the electric vehicle field. And I take it that one will be retired and given a formal burial wherever that is. And but the quarter or the other truck, will that become repurposed elsewhere in the community, or will that one be traded and gone and just replaced? The quarter ton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland, through to you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I'm not sure at present if we will be able to retire it. We are likely going to continue to utilize any quarter ton until it probably stops working at present. We did not have enough vehicles for our staff this year. And so we don't anticipate that changing at present. Now we have actually just put through, I would say, over 30 to 40 items up for sale from our department for auction. And we do anticipate putting the mighty truck up there. We've had a lot of offers for sale on it, actually. So we do believe we will be able to recoup some money from it. It's just we weren't prepared to put in the amount of money for what it needed. It made more sense to replace it there. But yes, we likely will continue to use whatever quarter ton until, it dies.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Cosford?
Through you, Mayor Ireland, to both our viewers. I want to use this opportunity to, and so I'm not patting myself on the back, but I'd like to pat the previous council, the directors, and CAO, because I think that they're doing an amazing job. Like, we spend a lot of money and stuff, but I came in thinking we hear taxes are high and stuff. It's right out your fingers. I chat GP'd all kind of towns I could think of that were kind of the same population as Jasper. And I think the services we provide and how low our taxes are, I think all these people in this room should be commended. Thank you. And no, I haven't drank the Kool-Aid yet.
Thank you, Councillor Clunsford. Councillor Waxer, did I see your hand? No? Councillor Hall? Or?
I can think.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I'll just a comment to Director Donaldson, and I just want to say that, and along with Councillor Conjure, I have to say I agree that this has been some great work done here, and I would just want to say, and specifically to the wonderful comments that I've received over the summer about the grounds, the flower beds, and how beautiful they look this year. And that's not a small thing. We hear lots of big ticket items and whatnot, but it's a very big thing. I think the status of our community around the world, really, people notice these things. And even though we've suffered a lot of loss and damage here, people noticed the care that your crews have put in and under your directorship. So I appreciate that. You should be proud of your work last year. And I'm really looking forward to the next number of summers to just building on it. Thank you so much, Courtney. Appreciate it.
Councillor Hall?
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. I have a question about the annual bike rack purchase and maintenance of street furniture. When you're talking bike racks, are you talking the ones that go in the street, like in the parking lanes? And I'm talking about bike racks because there's bike racks downtown that are kind of like look like squiggly lines, and they're absolutely awful for parking bikes.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Through to you, Councillor Hall. Well, you bring up a great valid point, and that's what we're hoping to achieve. We need to have consistency. So a lot of the work that we are doing in partnership with Urban Design and Standards is we are really setting up to have a catalog. And I say we, it's mostly them, but with their guidance and support. And so it's challenging at times, even when we do receive, let's say, a resident complaint about a bike rack being moved. We come to find out it's not even our bike rack. We need to have consistent standards. We need to have asset numbers. And so that's what we're hoping to attain. So if you do look through the downtown core and those squiggly ones that you mentioned, some of them are falling apart. The welds have broken. We're hoping to make it more visually appealing and just a greater experience for residents and for visitors. I know myself, I was walking downtown at one point this summer and some tourists had come in and they're like, "Ooh, gosh, that really looks bad." And they were looking at the bike rack. So it's the little things that we can do. And so that will help us just to maintain, the new standards and to align with the architectural motif moving forward, that we're actually investing consistently in those items to maintain that.
Thank you for that. I like to call those squiggly line bike racks the frame denters. Anyways, one other question around alleys, and I know when we talk about alleys with this department, it's about the actual structure of the alley and the levelness of the alley. This may have been a conversation we should have had during legislative protective around bylaws, but the beautification of our alleys and kind of our downtown alleys and the state that they can be in with garbage and recycling and broke down vehicles. And I know that comes up a lot in conversation in the community. Especially those beautiful murals that are in our alleys now. And I find that alley between Connaught and Patricia, especially in the downtown core, to be a bit of a walkway and a zone for pedestrians and visitors to travel through. So I don't know. I just wanted to bring up that point. I'm not sure where that fits in, but I think the downtown alleys could use a little bit of love and just keeping them a little bit cleaner and maybe enforcing there's probably bylaws around it or policy around it, but. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland, through you, Councillor Hall there. Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. That's one of the reasons you'll notice this year we started a residential and some commercial bin cleaning, at least with the garbage bins and some of the recycling bins. That's something that we're going to do in future years in step 2. That's one small step, but I agree with you. There's a lot more that we could do to make those alleys more appealing.
And if I may, I think often when, there's a broke down vehicle in the back of an alley for recycling, just means that there isn't an easier access for that restaurant to recycle. Like, sometimes you'll drive by dumpsters and see pieces of furniture beside the dumpster, to me, that just says we need a space that people can drop off furniture for a take it or leave it kind of scenario. And I don't think it is just limiting it, but, often people do things because there's no other option for them to do. the thing.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland, through to you, Councillor Hall. Yeah, you are foreshadowing part of my discussion when we get to utilities there, so we can definitely discuss that more.
Councillor Pritchett.
Thank you, Mayor Island. And this is just maybe a bit of a piece of information for Councillor Hall, and I know Director Donaldson is privy to this, but in the last couple of years, we've reinitiated the Community in Bloom committee through Councillor Waxer's directorship. So part of our discussion in our first year was exactly that, the state of the back lanes in our residential neighborhoods primarily, and I suppose to some degree the commercial. But I think this summer going forward, we're going to probably get a little more involved with Community in Bloom and find out exactly what our mandate is. They do have a format that they use, but just so you know, that issue has had a light shine on it already. And I think that there's a lot of, especially with the Pay Valley concept, seriously underused, I think, in our community, the back lanes, both commercially and residentially. I think there's a lot of people running their B&Bs or their tourist accommodations off the main street when they have a perfectly wonderful back lane access. If it was beautified a little bit and used for that purpose, I think there's a potential for some real upside in our back lane beautification going forward. Thank you.
I look around for hands for including questions. I don't see any. I will give that opportunity, but otherwise I would look for a motion from a councillor, either motions to amend the operating budget for operations as presented, or to accept the operations operating budget as presented, but with an additional $10,000 for the cenotaph maintenance. We haven't actually dealt with that. It came from an earlier motion, so I take it that would be a $10,000 increase to the budget as we see it. My question would be, that was a number that was just thrown out by council based on a request from the Legion. Has there been any opportunity to assess whether that's a realistic amount or whatever might be required at the cenotaph?
Mayor Ireland, I'll maybe just speak to why administration put it here rather than community group requests, and then Director Donaldson can speak to more about what her department thinks about how they could support the maintenance of the cenotaph in 2026. So the request was new to administration, and we understood that sort of the intent of the split of the motions at committee was, let's ensure that in 2026 we don't have the cenotaph crumble. And let's not let that happen to this important part of our community, while we also consider the potential for a larger project that would replace or refurbish or, a larger project related to cenotaph. And so in consultation with the SLT group, we identified the ops department had the ability to support the Legion in that, and probably easier to do with our in-house forces. We wanted to account for the fact that there may be some additional expenses, and given that council had referred the $10,000 number, we essentially said, okay, we could incorporate that in the operational budget. It doesn't show in the documents that were presented to council. That was prior to the referral item. And so that was the approach, rather than saying, okay, well, let's give $10,000 to this external group and say, good luck in maintaining this. We have a lot of in-house expertise. We have some capacity, and with a little bit of additional resources, we can probably support the maintenance of that asset through 2026. And so that's why it's here rather than as a community group funding request. Maybe I'll let Director Donaldson speak to any discussion her department has had about what their capacity is and how they would support the maintenance of that asset through the next year.
Thank you, CEO Given. Yes, so if we're wondering about the $10,000, the Legion had reached out to Trevor Shapansky, who had provided a quote in that $10,000 amount. Now, with that said, internally, we do have some expertise, mind you, no stonemasons, as Trevor is. But we did send out one of our maintenance team members who did assess it, and it pointed out that the mortar is crumbling on the south side of the monument, not all around. So an interim fix could be utilizing a specific type of mortar to lessen the thermal cycling, but we do not believe it to be at immediate risk of failure. So we do have options, and we do believe that within that budget, should we need to go the full route and utilize Mr. Shapansky or another vendor, that $10,000 would be sufficient. But yes, it was moved into our operational budget. We're more than capable of coordinating that further.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Councillor Roger, I saw your arm move. I don't know whether you're trying to get my attention or swatting flies. Okay. Thank you for that. In any event, then, we are back where we were. If there are no further questions, I would look for either motions to amend or motions to accept. Councillor Waxer.
I would like to make the motion that committee accept the operations operating budget as presented with an additional 10,000 for cenotaph maintenance.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor Waxer. Is there any debate? Does any councillor wish to speak to the motion? I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Thank you, Councillor Roger. I did see that. And similarly then with the capital budget for operations, I would look for a motion, Councillor Paul.
I would make motion that committee accept the operations capital budget as presented. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you, Director Donaldson, and congratulate you on this very clear and smart budget. You've protected services our residents rely on. You've found big grants for projects that will come out of taxpayer dollars, and that kind of work makes a real difference in our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hall, for that motion and those comments. I'll look again for any councillor who wishes to speak to the motion. I see no hands. I'll call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Director Donaldson, you are next up with utilities, are you not? But I think we will give you and the rest of us a break. It is, yeah, we've been at this for an hour and 10 minutes. No, an hour and 40 minutes. Start at 9:30. Let's give ourselves until, well, seven or 8 minutes will be enough. We'll reconvene at 10:50, and I will now call a recess. All right, welcome back. It is 10:51. I'll call us back into session, and again, I think Director Donaldson presenting the utilities operating budget.
Right, good morning again. In utilities, we are continuing to explore opportunities to expand and diversify our revenue streams while strengthening partnerships that helps reduce operational costs and improve service delivery. In 2025, we successfully launched the bulk water station and sanitary dump, entered into voluntary service agreements with out-of-town organizations for recycling services, and secured funding from circular materials for the extended producer responsibility rebating program. All of these items will generate additional revenue, helping offset levies for water, sanitary services, garbage, and recycling. Our goal is to continue building reliable utility systems that support a more circular approach to waste and resource management. This includes improving recycling participation and collection processes, increasing the quality of recovered materials, and supporting systems that reduce contamination and maximize diversion. When we speak about a circular system that reduces environmental impact, improves overall community sustainability, we are aiming to strengthen recycling and resource recovery and creating a more resilient utility framework for Jasper as a whole. So, much as I alluded to earlier, service increases that are anticipated for 2026 include 2 large item pickup days. In addition to a spring and fall yard cleanup pickup event, these items aim to reduce illegal dumping and support community fire smarting activities. Additionally, we are working on improved strategies to reduce food and clothing waste in partnerships with other departments and local community groups to divert items from landfills when and where appropriate. Utilities require long-term steady reinvestment to remain reliable. One item that became more apparent throughout recovery is that now more than ever, we require coordinated planning supported by asset management so that we can better understand system condition, forecast future renewal needs, and budget more accurately for upgrades and replacement. So this particular approach allows us to stabilize utility rates over time, reduce sudden cost spikes, and ensure we are reinvesting in the proper infrastructure at the right time. So moving to the operating budget numbers, I want to just reiterate utilities are always designed to have a net surplus / deficit of 0. So again, one item to note is that we anticipate an increase of $830,928 in utility operating expenses. But I do want to remark that we are only anticipating a levy increase of the amount of $368,541. This is due to an increase in transfer from reserves to assist with offsetting this amount. We have also been successful in securing new service agreements with commercial businesses out of town, which should amount to well over $100,000 in new annual recurring revenue. Further to that, within the opening of the new bulk water station, we are seeing strong revenue growth. For example, in 2024, I believe we had billed out under $3,000 in bulk water sales. We are going to do more than 20 times that this current year. It should be mentioned that with the water and sanitary team, we have gone slightly over budget in salaries in the last couple of years on a line item. So you will see proposed salary amounts that reflect the in and out of scope regular increases to improve budgetary accuracy. That doesn't mean that their overall budget was over. It was just the salary line item. So I want to clarify that. There is a small spike in 2026 for uniforms and safety, which will partially offset the cost of important testing supplies that are needed for the utilities team members. We are also anticipating an increase in contracted services in 2026. You will note, and much to what Director Melanchuk spoke about yesterday, 2027 and 2028 do not yet have RMR assigned to them, if you're wondering about the decline in contracted costs in subsequent years. We also see a large increase in transfer to reserves. We know based on the utility master plan that we presented to council earlier this year for consideration and adoption, that we anticipate starting the UMP capital plan execution in the 2027 year. So we're building up reserves for that. By strengthening our fiscal preparedness now, we are better positioned to manage future regulatory requirements, replace aging infrastructure, and support growth-related upgrades in a responsible and predictable manner. Okay, on to our capital plan. You can see that for 2026 and beyond, the needed repairs are based on data collected from engineered and asset management plans for our water infrastructure. Many of these projects in the near future do require funding, and that funding is secured through HARP for disaster recovery with a 10% municipal contribution. Okay. So you will see that there are various different line items and different funding sources here. So we do have service valve replacements. We are anticipating some, I believe it's HARP funding for that particular line item. We are also requesting $250,000 for non-wildfire related utility projects there, if you want to take a look at those. Relatively minor comparison to some of the stuff that we have seen in other years. If we look at the sanitary sewer capital projects, you will see a request for $340,000 in new borrowing, $150,000 from registered reserves, and $110,000 project from registered reserves. The one project I do want to highlight more so than the rest we have a $4.8 million emergency storage rehabilitation project. So this is a regulatory project. We do have to begin construction in the 2026 year. We are awaiting formal confirmation on at least one grant in the amount of 2.2 million, and we are also awaiting the results of a secondary grant at the federal level, which we are hoping to attain that can be applied to the project. In the absence of the second grant being confirmed, it would require 2.6 million in new borrowing to fund the regulatory project. So that came from Alberta Environment. Additionally, for waste and recycling in the 2026 year, we are requesting $60,000 for garbage bin replacement program, $125,000 for a recycling depot and bin feasibility study, and $25,000 for a compost process rehabilitation project. So one thing that did come to light this year with the compost processes is that what we are currently doing may not be possible in future years. So there have been some concerns brought forward about what it is that we're doing. So if we want to continue our compost program, we're going to have to invest into how we can revamp that to meet certain guidelines. So you'll see that when you add all that up, that's $210,000 from reserves and grants for those waste and recycling projects. But yes, we can dive into them one by one, and I can definitely answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Director Donaldson. Councillor Roger.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, Mayor Ireland, through you to Director Donaldson. On the capital projects material that was handed out, there was a $3.3 million service valve repair burnt areas. Is that still? I don't see it on your sheet today. Is that still one of your projected expenses for 26?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland, for you there,
I see
Councillor
it.
Roger.
I see it now. Okay. And the question I guess for you, yes, the question I have for you is that it says unfunded. You just said that there's perhaps going to be some grant. How certain is that grant?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland, through to you, Councillor Roger there. We do anticipate that this will likely go through HARP and or DRP, but we have not brought it forward yet, as we have quite a few water and sanitary items that we do need to bring forward. And I know Director Park wants to bring those all forward at the same time. With that said, with our pre-approval and contingency, it is possible that we may cover those amounts within that. So we are in the process of finalizing and revamping, in coordination with Associated Engineering, a report, an engineering study and report on what those potential expenses may be. And if need be, he will return to DRB for approval. Or alternatively, we will work within our contingency that we do have and already pre-approved funding sources.
So it won't require new money then?
It would require a 10% municipal contribution.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? I might begin then. Director Donaldson, you pointed out the emergency storage rehabilitation lagoons. Is that storage of sludge, or is that storage of something other than sludge?
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. It's not just storage, it's almost like a external capacity there. So anytime that there's, let's say, a power outage, or we have a huge influx into the treatment plant, the purpose of this project would allow us to essentially allow us to treat the material in a steady, consistent way, rather than in these huge surges and spikes. So the regulator, Alberta Environment, has come back to us stating that this is required. Currently, it's not lined, and so without the lining in the pond or in it's a former lagoon, we do risk at having environmental events, and especially being that close to the Athabasca, it poses a serious risk to the environment. So the goal of that is to be able to treat the sludge or treat the material, consistently.
I know, we know, it may well be wrong. I thought the lagoons had been decommissioned. So does this mean we go back to potentially open lagoons, and will odors become an issue, particularly for properties in the vicinity?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland. I am going to assume, based off of your comment, that there was a concern with smell beforehand when there were open lagoons. So previously there were 4 open lagoons that were decommissioned. This project proposes to recommission one of them. I can't say for certain whether there will be smells or not, but as you may know, lagoons typically, for other purposes, stuff just sits there and it's stagnant. The goal of this is actually to allow us to treat things. So it would be temporary at specific intervals if there's a large amount, different volumes that come through. So essentially it would allow us to have better control over what our treatment plant is processing at specific times. But it wouldn't just be sitting there throughout.
And this is a regulatory requirement. I thought you said that the province said we have to begin in 2026. All of the budgeted amount is in 1 year. Do we expect this project to get done in 1 year, or will this extend over multiple years?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland. It is quite possible that it could go into 2027. We do have it out for RFP at present. That should be closing, I believe, within the next 2 weeks. So we are going to attempt to get it moving as quickly as possible, but from a regulatory perspective, we at least need to start construction within this year.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hall and then Councillor Waxer.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. I did want to go back to the conversation we had when you were presenting operations around garbage, like recycling and beautification of alleys and residents dumping large bulky things beside dumpsters. And maybe, and you had sort of alluded that this may be part of this conversation, but just, you know, when a resident puts a mattress by a dumpster, it's because they don't have a way to get the mattress out to the dump. In Canmore, they have a program that they allow, it's called the bulk pickup program, and their residents can use it twice a year, up to 6 items each time. It's a free service. You just have to book it. I think it happens a certain times each year, which would maybe help. And a lot of residents don't have vehicles, and especially as we're moving into homes. We had a mattress, our box spring on our lawn for 3 weeks because I don't have a vehicle to get it out to the dump, and I finally found a truck to do it. But I wouldn't be the only person in that situation. And you know, the recycling area at the activity center is often, there'll be furniture there. And again, it's not because people want to leave their furniture there, it's because there's nowhere else to leave it. But it's a really neat program in Canmore that was used by a few residents that lived there last year before they came back to Jasper. But yeah, you can use it twice a year, and the town comes down and picks up your big bulky items for you. But I think he maybe had said that I was foreshadowing conversation maybe to happen here.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through you to Councillor Hall. That's correct. So I probably could have explained that a little bit better. So we will have a waste and recycling calendar that will be going out prior to the start of 2026. So that will mention those particular dates. And yes, so the plan is to have 2 large item pickup days. We do recognize that there may be needs for additional services, such as what you had mentioned, where Perhaps it's 1 or 2 days per month where we do a pickup. We haven't fully explored that yet, but this is ever evolving, so we're not taking that off the table. But we wanted to start with Q2 large item pickup days, which would enable people to put out, 1 to 2 items, and we would be able to pick those up. Same thing with the spring and fall cleanup. One of the large items that we noted this year is there was a ton of illegal yard waste and everything else that was being dropped off in our residential cells. And then that was compounded by what was actually happening out at the transfer station. So there's just a lot of misinformation going around, and there was actually nowhere to bring branches. Like, you could bring leaves, you could bring yard clippings, but there was actually nowhere to dispose of branches, and it felt like a bit of a moving target. So in line with what some of our project capital items are, wood chipper, and these spring and fall cleanup events, which will help with some of our fire smarting. So we are going to work on that with protective and legislative services. It's just a more holistic approach to these things and providing those pickup opportunities for people so that they aren't, having to drive and find different means of transportation.
Or leaving their mattresses on their front lawn for 3 weeks.
Correct.
Yeah.
Councillor Lasser.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, through you to Director Donaldson. You spoke in your presentation a little bit about composting and the requirement for change. I wonder if you could provide a little bit more detail on that, please.
Yeah.
And that's already ahead of another question, which I'll come back to after that.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through to you, Councillor Waxer. Yes, so much like with our biosolids, with our composting programs, we are receiving feedback from Parks Canada, just that we are potentially not meeting CCME guidelines. So that $25,000 line item is to ensure that we at least have either a plan and or testing in place so that we can continue our composting program. It's very popular with residents. Every single year that we put compost out, it's gone in a matter of days. And I do think there's ways that we can make that process more efficient and also meet the CCME guidelines.
And sorry, my second question is around signage for recycling. That's an area that you and I have talked about, but that I believe that there's some room for improvement there, because virtually every time I go to take our household garbage out, I find that people are questioning, do you know if this can go in? Do you know if that can go in? And so perhaps more detail, I wonder if there's in this budget, there's the ability to address improved communication around what goes in what bin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland, to you, Councillor Waxer. Yes, so we still have $10,000 remaining in our EPR adaptation, which is a carry forward line item. Within that, along with our waste calendars that will be going out, we do have additional messaging and some supplies for individuals that will go out to assist with that. Now, when it comes to signage, yes, I completely agree. We can do a much better job, and that is something we are working towards. But it's part of an overall plan and strategy, so it's not just one component. But yes, we will be taking action on that.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Frechette.
Thank you, Mayor Allen. Through you, I'll ask Director Donaldson. The regular garbage dumpster schedule, is that every day?
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through to you, Councillor Frechette. That really depends on which dumpster you're speaking to. So many of our commercial dumpsters, they are every single day, but for the remainder in residential areas, not usually. It really depends on the area of town and how often they are serviced.
Okay, so there's no protocol chiseled in stone as such. So in residential neighborhood, it could be twice a week or.
Yeah, you are correct. It depends on the specific route. We have, gosh, I want to say, yeah, it depends on the day of the week, depends on the season and the year. But well over 5 routes.
Okay, thank you. And also, sort of follow-up question, the utility review process, what does that entail exactly? Utility master and infrastructure review plan, renewal plan. Is that something that is ongoing, or is that something that's just current?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland, through you, Councillor Frechette. That was for our utility master plan. That was the carried forward amount for that particular project. So that was something we brought forward to council for consideration earlier in the year, and it is finalized at this point in time. And it is something that, as I did previously mention, we are going to start putting that forward in 2027. So there's capital or tangible capital execution plan attached to it of what we should do and in what year. And we have forecasted to start that in the 2027 year.
So that process is to identify infrastructure that should be replaced or has been identified as problematic already, or?
Yep, that is correct. So anything related to our water, storm and sanitary sewer systems, it provides us with a roadmap essentially of what we should be investing in when and what their life cycle replacement is. It identifies their current condition, risk of failure, all sorts of things within that to analyze what we should address and in what order.
Okay, not to put you on the spot, but I just, as you know, I'm in the R4 district, and there's been a lot of discussion amongst my neighbors about the depth of the water, the sewer main, and now with the advent of a good number of homes with basements, of course, being put in, and the need for a lift station in order to run the plumbing in the what's now going to become probably permanent secondary suites in that neighborhood. So I guess the potential going forward, if you take it out to its end result, 3 decades from now, it could be 97 plus secondary suites in that neighborhood, all on electric toilets because of the need for a lift station. And obviously, in worst case scenario, if we were to lose the power for a number of weeks, say, usually problematic. And if it was in the winter, it could be not just a home problem, but an entire neighborhood, ostensibly. I appreciate this is hypothetical, I guess, at this juncture, but in fact, it is going to become a reality at some juncture. I don't know if that's something that's been identified in this review, or maybe we could have a look at it at some point.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through to you, Councillor Frechette. I was made aware of that particular situation a couple weeks ago. I can't speak more to it though, just because I'm not aware if it is or is not in the utility master plan. It's a 280-page document. More than willing to look at it with you though. And we probably should discuss that further as to what can be done.
Thank you very much.
In the absence of hands being raised, Director Donaldson, looking at the operating budget by object type, just have some general questions. Firstly, on the revenue from levies, is it possible to itemize how much of the revenue comes from the different sources in the CCC model? Like, do we know that? Can we get that with minimal effort, or would that be a significant amount of work? And I ask just because I'm curious, because I'm going to get to questions about transfer of reserves in and out. But we have consumption, connection, and capital costs. And do we need adjustments to reflect what the actual costs are? So the transfers from reserves, I presume, are from the operating reserve, which I expect is coming from consumption and connection revenue, and the capital reserve would be from capital charges, I presume. But I'm just looking for a connection to see whether at the base level or the CCC model, we are close to reflecting the reality that comes out in your budget.
Mayor Allen, Director Malinchuk might supplement as well, but just on the first part of, is it knowable to see how much revenue is expected from the sort of each of the Cs? Yes, it is. Administration has that. We could put it together for you. It's in the detailed documents. I would note that there is for each of the utilities, the water utility, the sanitary sewage utility, they both have CCC. So there's 6 different lines that we have to add up, but that's doable. We can certainly do that. In terms of the relationship between the transfer in from reserves as a revenue source and whether it's coming from where that money was originally sort of gathered from, I'd have to refer that to Director Malinchuk. So we can provide you a little bit more information with that, maybe just given a little bit of time. But certainly we can total up the contributions in 2026 from the different categories across the 2 utilities that charge it. I would say first, though, that the consumption and connection charges, I don't believe are, if there was excess of revenue in the utility on the operational side, then that goes to an operational reserve. If the transfer from reserves were coming from the capital to support and subsidize capital, then it would have come from from the capital charge and the capital reserve. So just to make that distinction, we have a operating reserve for utilities, right, and we have a capital reserve for utilities. The capital reserve for utilities is, and each of them have different methods of gaining contributions. Director Malinchuk might be able to describe in a little bit more detail which of those we're planning to use, because we do have in the water utility a $519,000 transfer from reserves, and on the sanitary utility we have a $265,000 transfer from reserves. So in both cases, that's revenue coming in from other accounts. I don't have the detail of whether they're from the reserves that were contributed by the capital charge for the operating side.
Your worship, I can confirm that everything that CAO Gibbon has given you information wise is completely correct, and I can't explain it any better.
Well, thank you both, and I don't, excuse me, I don't necessarily need the details, because I've forgotten how many different items there are there. But transfers in and out make a relatively significant difference. So the transfers from reserves cushion the blow to residents in this case. And there's an increase of $360,000 in transfers from reserves into the revenue line. So that seems to me that is a decided benefit to the ratepayer. Except that on the other side, we're going to build up those reserves again anyway, and the ratepayer is going to pay for it. Given all the circumstances that we're in, if we were to increase the transfers from reserves, say to lower the actual hit on residents, given all the extenuating circumstances of the fire, how long would it take to build that up? Would the consumption charges have to change to recoup that? Like, in general terms, and I'm happy to leave this to the discussion on reserves and debt if it's better dealt there, but it's part of the utility project, and I'm just looking for a way to soften the blow on ratepayers now, utility ratepayers. Given that everybody is in difficult circumstances, but knowing that at the end of the day, we have to make up lost ground at some point.
Mayor Allen, maybe administration would just need to have a bit of a caucus to understand how, the impact of different decisions council could take. I think a part of that is how much I think a part of the question is really getting to, do we have enough in our utility reserves, operating capital, in our savings account that has been put aside that we could draw more from it this year to reduce levy increases? I think that's really what you're getting to. And so I think that that's something that I would want to be able to have a sidebar with Director Malinchuk to actually review. And certainly we have the high level discussion on the reserves later on in the presentation. So in advance of us presenting the reserves and debt side, as you suggested, Director Malinchuk and I can have a caucus about that and speak to that issue during that portion of the presentation on reserves and debt. We can identify, okay, if the council wish to reduce levies, here's how much is in the utility reserves, and here's what you can choose to do. We also have a discussion about the financial stabilization reserve that's available to council as well on the tax side. So we can do the same on the utility side and the tax side and identify what's possible there.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Other questions from councilors, councilor or deputy mayor Melnick?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I have a number of questions, and I would like to start on the revenue side. We accept inputs from Parks Canada and from the Fairmont, and I'm wondering when the last time we received or we reviewed contracts regarding the actual cost of processing the waste that comes from those two major donors to our facility.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, through you to our Deputy Mayor Melnick there. I'm going to get it right at some point today. I am aware that our utilities manager, Mr. Michaud there, he is continually looking into, and I'm assuming you're mentioning the surges, right, that come in and then affect our electricity rates because we then have to pay the highest rate because of those surges. Yes, so equalization pond, that will be a benefit for that, just as a sidebar. That should help to improve some of those spikes that we see. I do think that we are likely at a point where we should revisit that formally. I do know that he does keep an eye on it, but it is worth probably looking into a bit further.
To you, Mayor Ireland, I was thinking more of the contract that we have a contractual arrangement with those two entities to accept the sewage that comes from under the river to our facility. And when was the last time we had a chance to review the rates in those agreements? Again, consistent with things being more expensive to operate, parts more expensive at the plant, and from a view of their contribution to the overall processing of our wastewater.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland, through you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I'm not aware of the last time, if I'm being honest. With that said, it has come up in conversation multiple times, so I can task myself with having that as an action item for when, our utilities manager returns from an extended holiday there in a couple weeks. And we can definitely look into that. With that said, not just related to water or wastewater, for recycling, I do want to circle back that we have entered into voluntary service agreements to offset those costs for recycling. So with Pursuit, with Fairmont, they are now paying into our recycling services. So that is a benefit, but I can take that action item away for the wastewater there.
Thank you, appreciate that. I would like to ask a question or two, if I may, Your Worship, regarding the capital projects. And the two capital projects with DRP funding, one is residential water meter upgrades, and the other one is commercial water meter replacement. And both are funded the same way, and I'm assuming both of these are in fire-related areas and not the rest of the community because of the DRP funding. And I don't want to make that assumption, but you know, residents are going to need water meters, and they need to be a certain specification, I'm sure. And it looks like we're supplying those water meters to the residents and to the businesses, except one is an upgrade and one's a replacement. And I don't know if that's just the verbiage. But the two imply two different processes. The two words imply two different things.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland, through to you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. They are the same thing. We are actually, I believe the RFP just closed on that. So it is a two-phase project. DRP has identified some funding for on the residential side, as well as approximately 365,000 or so total cost on the commercial side. So just for reference, for those of you that are not aware, like the annual service life of a water meter is typically, 15 years. Most of our water meters were installed in the late 90s, like 1997, I think it was. And so when we've actually sent them away to see what they're reporting, on average, they're underreporting by about 8%. So that's a lost revenue opportunity for the municipality. With that said, I do believe that we are going to be looking into a potential grant for some of the residential portion for the 2027 year. But we do have DRP funding and a municipal 10% contribution for the 2026 year that we're putting forward there.
Thank you, Director Donaldson. And to you, Mayor Ireland, you actually brought up my next point, which is we have water meters in town in areas unaffected by the fire who or have been in place for 15, 20, 25 years. And it would be, to your point about loss of revenue, it would be a good opportunity for us to revisit those meters. And if that is the case through grant programming, would there be a cost to the homeowner, or would it be strictly borne by the municipality, a replacement of a water meter in an existing home in the rest of the community?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland, through to you there, Deputy Mayor Melnick. If we're able to secure grants, then none of those costs would be passed on to residents for those residences that are not fire affected. With this particular RFP, we specifically did a two-phased approach to it. We've had 3 submissions. I was actually sent off yesterday. If you saw that big binder, I was supposed to do some reading, didn't get to it, just to look through the different submissions there. So that's where we are in project terms. We will be looking to do presentation shortly, but we do want to capture the areas that are not fire damaged as well. A lot of these new water meter systems all speak to each other. It will allow us to actually reduce some of our costs related to meter reading, and they have leak detection within them too. So one of the disadvantages to our very porous ground is that we've had water leaks in the past, and we just don't know that they're happening because we don't have any leak detection system. So with new technology, we should be able to address that much sooner.
Thank you, Director Donaldson. Appreciate those answers, and thank you, Your Worship. That is it for my questions at the moment.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I'm looking for other hands, but I can no longer see Councillor Roger. Is he still connected? There he is. Okay. If he has a question, I'm sure I'll see his hand. In the meantime, can I get confirmation? We have a number of properties throughout the community, residential and non-residential, destroyed by fire, so no longer consuming, no longer connected, no longer contributing to the capital costs, I presume. Are all of those lost costs part of the revenue stabilization program offered by the provincial government?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ireland. Yes, they are.
Thank you for that. And on the capital budget, there is a line item, wastewater treatment plant annual capital requirement. Significant funding over a number of years, $8 million roughly. Is that debt, because that program started in 2025, or at least we have a $585,000 allocation for the current year. Is that debt already on the books, or is that all new debt that will get added?
Your worship, I might be able to answer that question. Anything that is unfunded is currently not on the debt schedule. So I'm just trying to look for the correct page.
Page 43, I think, of the that budget document.
Sorry, there is a plan of adding in 2026, 5.3 million in wastewater treatment plan improvements. Sorry, and then the 27 has 4.28, so went into the 27 year. There is probability that that will get shifted along based on the need when we require it. But it is in there for that now, but we might likely shuffle that down.
It shows now as debt.
Yes,
All of it.
that one is definitely, no, sorry, the debt is, when we're referring to the funding source on the, we're only speaking to the year that we're looking at, not subsequent years. So if it's so debt is referring to the 2026 year. We're only talking about 26 on what's funded and what's unfunded at this moment. And anything that you see in the 25 is approved and funded.
To go into debt, though, even for the current year or for 2026, for those kind of amounts, we would have needed a borrowing bylaw. So does that borrowing bylaw cover all of those years, even though we haven't incurred the debt yet?
We will be looking at that borrowing bylaw in the new year for 2026.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Roger?
No, I'm not asking.
Oh, you're waving again. Thank you. If I will give an opportunity, of course, for any further questions, but if there are none, we could move to motions. Deputy Mayor Melnick?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to make the motion that committee accept the utilities operating budget as presented.
Thank you for that motion, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Does any councillor wish to speak to the motion? I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That motion is carried. And with respect to the capital budget? Councillor Pichette?
Yes, I propose that the committee accept the utilities capital budget as presented.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor Frechette. Again, does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Seeing no hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. So thank you, Director Donaldson. That was a long morning for you. You performed admirably. Thank you for that. The next matter on our agenda is reserve and debt. We are approaching noon. If it's realistic that we could get through this in about 50 minutes, maybe we could just proceed and expect to have a lunch break by 12:30. I don't really want to break in the middle of the presentation. It's difficult, so we have an option. We could break early and maybe reconvene at 12:45. I am open to the will of everyone. One concern is, Councillor Roger, you are going to leave us in the next 20 minutes or so anyway. Is that right?
No, I'll be good for the next 40 minutes. So I prefer to keep on going if we could.
Works for me. Yeah. All right, I'm getting nods around the table, so I will invite Director Malinchuk then to begin with discussion on reserves and debt.
Sure. And so, Mayor Ireland, while we're calling up the slides and while Director Malinchuk's getting ready, I'll just say that one item that you just raised about the use of utility reserves, so we can maybe touch on that, but if there's any change or tweaking that council might like to do, again, we might want to take a little bit of offline time separately, appreciating the fact that we can probably present the information that was here, and maybe we'll diverge a little bit from the agenda. We'll do the overview of the current structure of the reserves, use of reserves, and we won't yet ask for any motions from council. Then we would provide an overview and answer any questions about the use of debt limit projections. And that would give all of council a chance to hear how it's currently being proposed, raise any questions that they might have. And then if there are any changes that council might want to propose, you could sort of flag those to us, and then administration could caucus and come back with recommendations for you after one. But let's go into presenting what's here in the package already. We'll cover both reserves and then debt, and then we can go into anything that arises. That sounds good.
Thank you for that. I'm getting a signal from one deputy mayor that a short break would be requested. So let's just say 2 minutes. We won't extend it. I know that Councillor Roger wants to say as long as he can. Right, that 2 minutes was 4 minutes, but we are back in session, and I'm a bit unclear, but Mr. Given, you wanted to just give it straight to Director Malinchuk, or did you have some opening comments?
Mayor Ireland, Director Malinchuk's going to provide the overview, and then we can get into some of the nitty-gritty details, and she and I may act as a tag team on some of those details to provide additional context for council and address some of the questions that we think we've heard coming up. But I'll send it to Director Malinchuk to cover the overview that's presented in the presentation and in the budget documents.
All right, thank you very much, and Director Malinchuk.
Thank you, Your Worship. So on this slide, you can see the reserve forecasting. We have in the first column, you can see that our opening balance for 2025 for all the different reserve areas. So these are reserve areas that we set up with the policy that was implemented. I'm not sure, I can't remember, a couple of years ago when we had that new policy come through for those reserves. So you can see that there's annual general capital reserve, as well as a fixed asset reserve, fleet reserve, community housing reserve, public transportation, utility capital, financial stabilization, as well as the utility operating reserves. There are can't talk, sorry. There are estimates on what will come in and out for the year. And as you can see, it starts off at about 11,757,000. And then we will end up at the end of this year with 8,887,000 should all of the projects be completed in 2025, which they won't. There'll be capital carry forwards and it'll be a shift of all of this once again. So this balance is just based on an ideal world where everything gets done on time and it doesn't. So our year end will not be that number, but if it was ideal. Then what we're looking at is going into the 2026 year, we take a look at all of the projects that are in the capital projects listings that you have reviewed over the past day and a half. And they are any that are in the restricted reserve as their funding source are coming out of here. Any transfers to reserves are also going into the reserves. So you can see that, for instance, the annual general capital reserve starts off the beginning of the year at 543,000. We're going to add in 1.49 million. And then we're going to be pulling out over the amount that we actually put in, but we have a bit of contingency there. So in the end of the 2026 year, should all the capital projects that we are funding through the reserves are completed, which they won't be, the year end would be estimated at $10.8 million. So you can see that there is a pretty straight line of where we're at. We're not really increasing our pot of money by much. It's up and down based on what our needs are going into that year and what needs to be replaced and fixed and whatnot. So year-end projection, 10.8 million at the end of 26, going into the year opening of 2027. Your worship, you brought up a potential stabilization within the utilities. Now, this is where we would maybe look at the potential areas in which we might be able to supplement the levy area. And so the utility capital reserve, you can see it's 4.4 million. But you can also see that we have a lot of debt coming up and a lot of wastewater treatment plant work. And, you know, ideally, in an ideal world, we would fund that through grants and we would fund it through savings. But there's a chance that we might not be able to and that we would have to take more debt. So at this point, there's 4.4 million on the capital side of things. On the operating, this is where maybe we might have a bit of a stabilization. This would be an area where, for instance, if Director Donaldson indicated we have an emergency where a key piece of machinery, for instance, a sweeping machine, a street sweeper, needs to be replaced. There's no fixing it, whatnot. You know, they run $400,000, $500,000. If we needed to take firm, that might be an area where we might be able to stabilize the year because we have the additional projects going on. So that's where we would go, okay, maybe we need to pull from this area, but maybe it is an area where council, well, any area council can also adjust, but this is where potentially we might be able to look at that solution that Your Worship, that you brought up earlier in the utility discussion. And I'm not sure, yeah, actually I'm getting hands up by CEO Gibbon. He has a little bit more to add on this.
Yeah, so just to speak to a couple of things that always catch me on looking at the reserve forecasts. Debits and credits are backwards from what you might think in the accounting world. That's exactly how they're supposed to be reported. But a credit is when we're taking money out of the savings account, and a debit is when we're putting money into it. So that's important to note. So when you're looking at the columns, you can see the 2026 debit column is 4.6 and the credit is 2.7. And so yeah, just to make that note. The other item of note is the financial stabilization reserve. So you can see that the base budget plans to use 420,000 in the credit column from the financial stabilization reserve. We're adding 425,000 for financial stabilization reserve. So we're using just slightly less than we're adding this year. So that means that reserve balance is forecast to increase by less than $10,000 year over year. So that's on the overall operation on the tax funded side. So if council wished to reduce the property tax increase, this is a source that you could use. We have an option of a motion in the package for you to say, okay, well, we want to use more of our financial stabilization reserve to reduce the property tax increase impact in 2026. But you should know that administration is already using $420,000 of that savings account to mitigate tax increases. On the utilities side, more specific to Mayor Island's question, Director Melanchuk identified the two different reserves that are related to utilities. For context, as we discussed, items beyond 2026 don't necessarily have a funding source attached. Right? We identify the 2026 funding source, but we don't have a funding source attached. Picking in one area, in the sewer side of the capital plan, there's the wastewater treatment annual capital requirement. In 2026, it's only $340,000. It's identified as being a debenture and would be done by borrowing. But you can see in 2027, it's up to 2.1 million. 2028, it's an additional 2.2 million. 2029, it's 3.8 million. 2030 down to 445,000. So that's the types of things that may be funded at least partially by this $4.4 million in capital reserve. So you can see that we don't have enough money in savings in that capital reserve to pay for all the stuff that we can see on that one line item. There are other line items on the water side that would also need to support it. So if council wanted to consider reducing the 2026 levy increase, levies being the water rates, water utility rate increase, administration would recommend it should be the utility operating reserve. And that's that one that has the balance of 1.266 million. Director Melanchuk identified the risk to that is that should there be unexpected operating expenses that come up mid-year or emergency repairs that would reduce our capacity to deal with that. You can see that we haven't, I think, in 2025 utilized that. That certainly doesn't show here. So that's pretty static. We aren't adding to it. We haven't used from it. So that's a potential source of administration would recommend if council wanted to consider anything. On the utility side, it would be there rather than the capital reserve. And again, council has choice around the financial stabilization reserve, but know that that's the one reserve that is sort of the most flexible for the municipality. And as you can see, overall, the trend is actually pretty clear. We started the 2025 year with $11.7 million across all of the reserves. According to this budget, we'll end the 2026 year with $10.7 million. We're down $1 million. So it's declining. We're not increasing our savings in this budget. We're in fact decreasing them. And we also have the 10% TRP contribution, which is an unfunded capital item in 2028. And so council will know that at least a part of the strategy is, well, we're gonna have to decide how we handle that expense. Some of it may come from drawing on reserves, which you can see are already declining. And some of it may come from debenture, but just keep in mind those different parts. So the idea of saying, well, hey, we've got savings that we can draw on to reduce the tax increase in 1 year. That's totally possible, but it only impacts that 1 year. And the next year, the tax increase actually would probably bounce up by an equivalent amount, which is another hard thing. Took me a long time to get used to. So if you artificially reduce the tax increase in 1 year, if you don't do the same thing the next year, you start the year off with that. So if you reduce taxes in 2026 by 2% using reserves, the next year before you do anything, you've got a 2% increase. Never mind inflation and all those other things, right? Because you only apply to 1 year one-time funding. So that's the reserves forecast. Maybe if there are any questions from council on the reserves side, we can pause here, and then we can also talk about the debt forecasts, which are, I think, a little bit different, maybe not as variable, because they really are tied to known projects in the capital plan.
Councillor Roger.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through you to Mr. Givens. Is there interest earned on this money? And I don't know where I would have seen it in the paperwork I've got. In other words, our $11 million, surely it generates income, does it not?
I'll refer that to Director Malinchuk and Mayor Island.
Your worship, through to Councillor Roger, yes, there is interest incurring on all monies that the municipality has within its bank holding account.
And where does that interest go? Where do I see that on the financial papers?
It's actually within it's in the 2 seconds, sorry. I found it. It's under general admin and other areas. So in the finance and administration, you'll see in the revenue side, there's interest in that, along with other things like business licensing and tax certificates and whatnot. So
maybe of interest to council members. Again, this is that level of detail that isn't in, you may be able to see it in the by object and tell a little bit, but we can be more specific. So the 2026 forecast for interest income is $775,000. So administration expects to bring in just over $750,000 in interest income in 2026. That's forecast to increase into 27 and 28. So up each year in terms of interest income. So it is accounted for. We are earning interest, and that's built into the budget.
Yeah, thank you.
That interest goes into the operating account, not back into the capital reserves.
yeah, yes, correct, your worship.
Thank you. Other questions? Mr. Given, well, perhaps Director Malinchuk, you both indicated sort of a straight line, but as I read this, from the opening balance for 2025, so January 1st of 2025, 11 months ago, we had 11.7 million. In another month's time, we'll be down to 8.8. And then at the end of 2026, back up to just under 11 million, right? So we spent about 3 this year, but we're going to recoup 2 of that in the coming year.
Yes, your worship, in that ideal world that never occurs with capital projects.
Councillor Waxer.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, through you to Director Malinchuk. I'm feeling a little bit like I don't understand one, so I'm wondering if I could ask the question. On the operating budget under utilities, it appears that we would receive 784,328 from reserves, and that we would add to reserves of 2,289,574. But I don't see those numbers in our reserve forecasting.
Your worship, through to Councillor Waxer, excellent question. One of the main drivers of the difference that you're seeing as in this area, there's also a debenture that will be taken out in 26 rather than 25 because it was not needed right away. So then that offset goes into that area where it'll transfer from the operating budget into the reserve and then transfer back out into revenue so that it'll offset it'll offset the first year payments on that debt.
Mayor Ireland, if I may, so in essence, we plan to take a borrowing in 2025. We collected money for that borrowing. We didn't have to make any payments. And so the money that we collected in 2025, we're able to apply in 2026.
You gotta go. Where's Jim? Yeah.
So we're able to apply that in 2026. So it's sort of, again, I always need to dumb down a little bit for me to understand it, but we plan to have a payment that we had to make. We didn't have to make it in 2025, but we did collect the money. So it sat in reserves in 2025, and we're able to now apply it in 2026. And in essence, collect less money.
Thank you, especially for the comment of excellent question. I felt a bit awkward asking.
Director Malinchak, the fixed asset reserve is sitting there, nothing happening, not growing, not depleting. What is that for?
Your worship, I don't have the exact terminology at my fingertips at the moment. Mr. Given might be pulling it up, but generally when we are transferring into that fixed asset reserve, we are doing that with the year-end process. So any surplus that we see in a year, and that's why you don't see anything that was transferred into the fixed asset reserve or the utility operating reserve in 2025, as there was no there's no anticipated surplus.
But the fixed asset reserve must be for fixed assets,
Yes.
like buildings. And you can't replace a building for $149,000. So I wonder, rather than incur debt for the shortage that we will have rebuilding the house on Cattle Creek Drive, 1251, could we take that $149,000 and apply it to the insurance money for that house rebuild rather than borrowing more money? It just seems to me to be an inconsequential amount if it's for fixed assets.
Mayor Ireland, I had an opportunity to call up the fixed asset reserve definition and reserves policy. And so that describes the purpose as the fixed asset reserve supports future and large scale projects for municipal buildings, machinery, equipment, roads, sidewalks, parking lots, and or streetscape elements, grounds, and or cemetery. The fixed asset reserve shall not fund water, wastewater, garbage, or recycling projects. Funding sources are the annual transfer from general municipal operating revenue. So we could budget to put money into, to collect money in a year and put money into it. So that would be operating revenue. Annual operating surplus, that's what Director Malinchak was talking about. We haven't had an annual operating surplus the last couple of years, so there hasn't been money to go into it. The sale of fixed assets, so if we ever sold a property, the revenue from that sale would go into the reserve, or interest from that particular reserve. It also says that we have a contribution formula. It says the annual transfer from the general municipal operating revenue shall be equal to no less than 1.4% of the net book value of the municipality's tangible capital assets. That would actually be a very large amount. And frankly, we haven't been in a financial position to be able to budget for that. That would increase property taxes to put away money for savings in this reserve. A really smart financial strategy, and not one that we've been in a position to recommend to you over the last couple of years, certainly since the fire. So that's the description of what the reserve is by policy. And the use of it, it's a modest little amount, certainly not going to help us pay for a lot of things. So we could choose to have it at zero and use it in this budget. It's available to council if you wish. Just means that it won't be available for any other things in the future.
Looking at debt limit, it's estimated our remaining debt limit is relatively high right now. It reduces in 2026 and goes back up in 2027 and then way down in 2028. Can you just walk us through those peaks and valleys?
Yes, your worship, just one moment, please.
Mayor, well, Director Malinchuk is finding the spot to provide the right details. Maybe I'll just provide a bit of an overview about how municipal debt works and what we're presenting here. The municipality's debt limit, the province has rules on the debt capacity, how much debt municipalities can take. And those rules check the municipality's debt in two different ways. The total amount that you've borrowed, as well as the total amount that you're paying per year. And so it measures it in two different ways. And the municipality's debt capacity, so the amount that you're allowed under either of those two measures, is directly related to your revenue. So as the municipality's revenue increases over time through additional utility revenues, through additional tax revenue, then the municipality's debt capacity also increases. So there's a direct connection between how much revenue we have and our debt capacity. You'll see here that administration has taken a pretty conservative approach in terms of forecasting the municipality's annual revenue. You'll see that the 2028 annual revenue is the same number as the 2026 annual revenue. So we're not really planning on increasing our revenue so that we can have a higher debt capacity. But the provincial regulations do actually sort of acknowledge that that relationship is there. The other thing that administration has done here is that beginning in 2024, we recognize that all the additional grant funds that we're receiving through GRP and then HARP and through all the other sources are really extraordinary funding. So they're technically increasing our annual revenue, but really but the result of that is that they would artificially inflate our debt capacity. Administration doesn't believe for a second that our current revenue levels, where we're getting, last year we received $36 million in unexpected revenue. Well, that just totally shot up our debt capacity. Well, we're not reporting that to council or the community because we don't see that as realistic. What we've done is looked at our normalized levels of revenue and said, based on what we would get in a more normal year, what is our debt capacity? So we didn't want to be reporting. So you'll see in 2024, the first year where we received all the DRP payments, our debt capacity shot up from $12 million. It went up to $64 million. And we said, hold on. And council, said, wait a minute, that's not a realistic number to be reporting. So we've gone through and normalized and stripped out some of those extraordinary revenues so they don't give us an artificial picture of the municipality's debt capacity. So the chart that you see here, 25 to 28, strips out extraordinary revenues and puts it on a more normalized basis, so you can get a better sense of what the municipality's realistic debt limit is, the debt capacity is. So I hope that provided a bit of an orientation and overview of what's being presented here. And Director Malinchuk may have a bit more detail on why we have the ups and downs between 26, 27, and 28.
So your worship, I might need a moment to just review my notes here, if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind at all, and just to perhaps help you. What I read here is that we are looking at increasing debt by $10 million in 2026. So I just want a thumbnail sketch of where that $10 million rests. In 2027, our total debt is going to reduce by about 7 million. So I imagine there's a bunch of debentures that will be repaid. But then in 2028, we have an increase of another $16 million. And I'm trying to identify what that belongs to.
Your worship, I'm just reviewing my notes, and yes, you are completely correct on 2026 and the addition. And I just need to go into the future years to look at it a bit more.
What I will she's give the question.
Oh, as long as it relates to how this number revenues have been, the budget stands. Which is.
Which is.
She's just trying.
While Director Malinchuk is sorting that out, Deputy Mayor Melnick had a question for you, Mr. Gibbon.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Worship, and to you, to Mr. Gibbon. We're trying to put numbers together on different pages, and in our operating budget, we show revenues on page 12 of the book, and of course, in the presentation of total operating revenues of $50 million. Yet, when we talk about revenue in 2026, it's 29 million on the debt limit projection. So, the transfers of reserves, I take it, has to be stripped out of that $50 million. And the conditional grants, those must relate to HARP funding and so on. And then just trying to tie how revenues within the municipality are calculated for annual revenue. Is there a net annual revenue of sort, or that number of 29 million? If we add taxes and sales of goods and services, we're already over $31 million, not including rental revenue and conditional grants and so on. So I'm just trying to tie the numbers together to understand what that annual revenue number is.
Yeah. Thanks, Mayor Ireland, for Deputy Mayor Melnick. Yeah, so you get into the challenge here of administration trying to figure out what normal looks like right now. And that it is a bit challenging. But certainly it's not a net number. It is the total, so gross revenue. And the finance admin team has some judgment calls to make about, what our real gross revenues look like in 2026. As you identified, there's the conditional grant line item jumps from 5.7 million up to 10.4 million between the 2 years, 25 and 26. We know that that's not likely to be sustained, so that would have been something we stripped out. And there may be other parts in there where the finance admin team has sort of looked at what's realistic and likely to continue. I would say that calculation of a normalized annual revenue line is a bit more of an art than a science, because trying to judge in spring, summer of 2025 what our normal 2027 revenue would look like, excluding grants that we know about and ones that we're trying to get, is a bit challenging. So I'd say that's a best estimate. What I would hope the council and the community would take from this chart is that administration isn't attempting to give an artificial picture of how much debt capacity the municipality has. I think we're attempting to be as conservative as possible and realistic as possible, rather than allowing or misrepresenting to council that we have more capacity than we might have if it weren't for all the grants that we're receiving over the next little while. Does that help? Again, I know it doesn't get into the specifics of exactly what's in there. There's probably a number of different, sort of line items that Director Malinchuk goes through. It says this is pretty close.
And if I may, through you, Mayor Ireland, I appreciate that explanation because folks who look at our budgets and look at our debt limit on a regular basis, for example, might look at this chart and be somewhat concerned and say, well, how come revenues are where they are? And I appreciate that a conservative estimate of realistic revenues is probably a better way to look at our annual revenues than to, and then again, this doesn't include utilities, I would think either. But again, utilities normally would be standalone and.
Yeah, but Mayor, if I may, so utilities would be in that utility revenue. So that would be in the sales goods and services. Utility revenue would be there. The other thing that I neglected to mention that would be taken out of taxes, the tax revenue line item, is our transfers to others. And so Director Malinchuk, I'm sure, would have taken that $6.9 million out of for 2026, would have taken that out of the $19 million of tax revenue, because as council remembers, there's that $6.9 million that we don't get to keep. We have to give it to the province or to Evergreens. And so we don't count that as our revenue. So you'd have to take that off the top and then add on those other lines like sales of goods and services and rental revenue.
Thank you. I think that conversation clears up for me how we get to that 29 million and change because of those transfers to others of $6.5–7 million, or almost $7 million.
Director Malinchuk, you're ready to go.
Yes, thank you for the moment. There was a slight error. I'm gonna have to replace that table within the budget document. There was a formula error and I noticed it as soon as you brought up the 2027 year. So in considering all of the additions and the subtractions of payments, so in 2026, we're looking at an add of, you were completely right, like I said before, it's 10.2 million. That then has payments in 2026 for all of the before debt as well as the new debt. Then in 2027, there is a placeholder for 4.3 million. And then the 10 million that we've been talking to about DRP and our municipal contribution as placeholder as well. That ends up with a slightly different ending remaining debt limit of about $700,000 less than what was on the initial table. So it would end up at being 1.5 million rather than the 2.2. And it was just an error in the 2027 year. And that's why you saw the valley. There wasn't supposed to be a valley. As soon as you brought that up, I was like, oh, that's not right, because you saw it go up and then so it's consistently the total debt is going from 2025 in the amount of 22.5 million. Then it goes to 31.4 million. 2027 is 34.1 million. And in 28, the total debt would be 42.5 million. These are only based on estimates of potential increase in revenue in those next years as well. So it is very hypothetical in essence anyway, because we don't know how much the budget would increase in revenue annually until each budget year is approved. I've put in just an estimate based on what we've seen in the past.
All right, thank you for that clarity. So in the revised table that you can provide, we can expect that under 2027, what now appears as $25.8 million of debt will be 34 something. And correspondingly, the remaining debt limit will decrease from 19 million, and then just a slight adjustment in 2028.
Correct.
All right, well, thank you for that. Here, I thought we were gonna get rid of a bunch of debt in 2027. And then add it all back.
Sorry.
Councillor Roger.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Allen, and through you to Mr. Given and Ms. Malinchuk. I find it very confusing. I've tried to look at the numbers, but the simplest way I can think of this is that the increase in debt in 26 obviously means that we've spent $10 million more than we did last time. Our debt's gone up by $10 million. Can that $10 million be attributed to the fire, or is it attributed to something else? Because it's pretty much it's not a coincidence, obviously, that $10 million more in our debt raised that year when it wasn't raised in the previous years. Is that a question I can ask?
Absolutely, you can ask that question.
Your worship, through to Councillor Roger, are you referring to year 2026 or 2028?
26.
2026, no, and we had projected that going into 2024 as well. We actually were able to slightly reduce it from the prior year in estimates.
And that $10 million in increased debt, what's the basic reason for that then?
That is for rec center as discussed before, wastewater treatment plant, for transit, and for lot servicing.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense to me then. And then the $7 million that we're maybe or maybe not going to have to pay for the recovery program, that's in 28. We don't have, that's nothing to do with right now, the figures right now.
Your worship, through to Councillor Roger, yes, that we are placeholding it into 2028 for now.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. Further to Councillor Rogers' question, are you able to break down the 10 million in those 4 different categories and how much each of those categories adds up to the 10 million?
Your worship, through to Councillor Hall, you're looking for the amounts for each category?
Yes, so the 10 million was rec center, transit, wastewater, and lot servicing, just what each one is.
Okay, wastewater treatment plant, 5.3. CH lot servicing, 1.2. Transit, 726,000. And rec renovation, 3.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Roger.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. And again to Ms. Malinchuk, if we hit our debt limit, is there a way to exceed that, or how is the, I mean, it's not like the United States where they keep raising it. If we hit it, that's it, we can't get any more money, is that the concept?
Mayor Ireland, maybe I'll respond to that one. So again, it's set by provincial regulation. The municipality has options. I guess if you're getting close to the debt limit, you can either choose to increase your revenue, which I'll speak plainly. That means you can increase taxes. The municipality has the full choice over how much you want your debt capacity to be, because council is fully in control of how much you want your revenue to be. So you control both those levers. Again, I might as well just say it straight out. That would mean increasing taxes. We can explain about that. Also, the government of Alberta has historically provided debt limit regulation waivers to a variety of municipalities for a variety of different projects. Ones that come to top of mind for me are Wood Buffalo, when they had to build a new water treatment plant. The province said, sure, that's a $400 million thing. Don't worry about that against your debt. And there have been a variety of other projects, often related to water, wastewater infrastructure in particular. The administration can provide council a listing of those. We've done that work in the past. But it is a provincial regulation, and they have shown a recognition that there are times where municipalities need to undertake large projects that may stretch their provincially mandated debt capacity by the regulation that applies to everyone. Councillor Roger, in a sports analogy, I'd say it's a soft cap, not a hard cap. And the province has shown a willingness to provide some variance to municipalities. So the municipality can choose to increase its own revenues, which would have the effect of increasing your debt capacity. That means taxes. Or the province can choose to provide a special waiver to allow a municipality to go outside of the rules that apply to everybody else.
Okay, can I just have one last question? Yesterday, Mr. Given, you indicated that a house of $1 million or more would probably have an increase of $50 a month in their taxes. And just using my own house as an example, I think that's about a 10% increase in taxes. That's only the municipal side, is it? Is there also going to be an educational side increase? And is that still accurate, that number?
So we'll talk about those two different parts. I'll take the second part first. So the municipality, when we're talking about taxes and tax increase, we're talking really about the increase in the net tax requisition. And so we compare that year over year. The implication of an increase in the net tax requisition and how it would apply to any individual property also depends on how much your property's assessed value goes up or down in comparison to your neighbors. And so administration gives that as a really broad strokes sort of indicator. It doesn't directly translate to being able to say that your individual municipal property taxes would go up by 10%, but it's a rough estimate. Because we know that people are interested in that. It does not account for, doesn't speak to the requisitions from others, because municipal council isn't in control of those, and the municipality doesn't get to expend any of those items. So the province will do what the province does with their education requisition. They have been steadily increasing that over the last number of years. But historically, they haven't always increased it. There have been times where the education requisition has gone down. But that's totally outside of the control of Jasper Municipal Council or any municipal council in the province. So when we speak about net tax implications, we're speaking only about the ones that municipal council can control, and anything the province or Evergreens does would be on top of that.
Okay, so taxes likely, just so that people know, will likely go up in the 10% and higher range this year, depending on the province. Is that a fair comment?
That is a fair comment, Councillor Rogers. And the decision of council yesterday to increase paid parking revenue was explicitly, I think, tied to the potential to reduce the net tax increase. And so the decision yesterday to increase revenue there would have the rough effect, and again, these are rough numbers, of reducing the 10% increase in net tax requisition down to 8%. We haven't yet accounted for community group requests, which are yet to come later today. So the work of council yesterday reduced that 10% to an 8%. They talked about the municipal side. Anything the province or Evergreens would do would be on top. And council still may vary that increase depending on how you choose to use reserves if you want to apply reserves somewhere, you could do that. And it'll also depend on what council chooses to do with community group requests and how you choose to fund those.
Okay, thank you. That explains it to me. Thank you very much.
Other questions for Director Melanchuk or CAO Given related to reserves and or debt? Again, I don't want to rush anybody. We could take a lunch break and finish off after lunch if there are any remaining questions, if people need time to think about this. Director Melanchuk can be back in any event. So we could break for an hour. Or everybody can get some sustenance and come back with fresh eyes and fresh minds. Everybody but Councillor Roger, I think.
That's correct. I have to go in.
All right, I will just do that since I see no hands with a motion. So I will call a recess and we can come back at 1:30 and pick up where we leave off now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We are all reassembled after a recess for a lunch break. It is 1:32 p.m. and I will call us back into session. Councillors, we recessed with the expectation that there might be more questions regarding reserves and debts after you had a chance to clear and refocus your minds. So we are still at that stage. Director Melanchuk and CAO Given, I think have worked over the lunch hour, correcting, revising some of the numbers, but they are essentially the same as were discussed just before we broke, or maybe not. So I would turn it over then to administration, perhaps. Director Melanchuk, you can tell us what the numbers ought to be.
Thank you, Your Worship. My technical error resulted in a better news story for the municipality in the event. So what was happening, even though it was formulated to bring over additional revenue as we went along, it wasn't capturing it for some reason. So what we're looking at now, and it's up on the screen, is the normalized 24 going into 25, which you see, and 26 adding the $10 million of debt. And then 2027, we add more debt, and 2028, again, the 10 million that we might have to cover as 10% for DRP. Now, what wasn't happening was the annual revenue wasn't updating, so there should be an increase in those years. And now it's reflected on this chart, as you can see in our table in front of you. So in the end, 2028, after all debts considered that we've spoken about today, we'd be sitting at just around $7.1 million at the end of 2028 in remaining debt limit, which is better than the initial discussion. And I apologize for actually my computer.
Mayor Ireland, Director Melanchuk and I were making a bit of a joke on the side, not about the information that was presented, but just about the challenge in producing it. I really want to acknowledge Melanchuk and Emily both for pulling this together, quickly finding it. That is, we can use it as an illustration of the challenges of our current financial software and the ability to pull reports. It is very labor intensive. Director Melanchuk probably has 300 or more different Excel spreadsheets going on at any one time. And when a cell isn't calculating to another cell, these kind of things can happen. So that's an example of some of the challenges that we're facing. So council already gone through the capital budget on the finance and admin side. You saw the capital project related financial software. Just if you needed another solution to the challenges that not having modern financial software will lead to, this is it. But we're happy to answer any questions on this revise. Obviously, in the budget that would come, documentation that would come following the committee of the whole, this chart would be updated as well as the rest of the projection. So any changes that the council makes, as well as these ones that we've caught, would be updated in the documentation that would go forward. I appreciate that may be a little bit small to read at a distance. So if there's any numbers that would be helpful for us to repeat verbally, I'm happy to do that for you.
Thank you both very much. That is very beneficial. I'm sorry, sort of, that I put you to the extra work, but very happy with the result. And so for those who cannot read, and I'm not perfectly good, but I think I can read enough. So what changes are the numbers for 26, 27, and 28? 2025 looks like it remains the same. And our debt limit increases slightly over those 3 years. But our total debt changes from 32.7 in 26 down to 31.4 million, increasing less than 3 million to 2027, and then a roughly $8 million increase in 2028, and that is predicated, I understand it, on the assumption that the 10% DRP funding will come due about then. And then for our remaining debt limit, it is 14 point, I think that says 8 million in 2026, so higher than what had previously been before us, which was 11.2. It goes down in 2027 to 13.8 and down again in 2028 to 7.1, but substantially better than the roughly 2 million that we were looking at earlier. So much more remaining debt limit over the course of the next 3 years than we thought earlier. And all the other numbers just flow along. But in terms of our debt limit, that is incredibly good news indeed. So thank you for taking your lunch hour to do all of that. Councillor Waxer, you have a question.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through you to Director Malinchuk. I just wondered if in the event we hadn't had to pay that 10 million, would the debt limit increase to 17, or is the calculation more complex than that?
Your motion through to Councillor Waxer. The only thing that would change, so two factors would change. The 2028 year, you would still see an increase in revenue. And then you wouldn't see the added debt limit of the 10 million, which would change the total debt amount, which would then change the remaining debt limit. And it's all circumstantial right now based on that revenue and whether or not that revenue is that going forward.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that because I anticipate that could be a question that people may ask. Just curious.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. Probably for Director Malinchuk, this was, you broke down what the 10 million was between 2025 and 2026. There's a 3 million, 2026, 2027, and then the 8, which mostly accounts for the DRP or HARP contribution. But are you able to break down, you may not even have to do it right now, but just before next council meeting, just what maybe just in an email form or just easier to see the 10 million, the 3 million, and what the actual, what debts are coming up and moving on to 2028, if that makes sense.
Yes, your worship, through to Councillor Hall, no problem, we can definitely provide that level of detail.
Thank you.
And I take it that the new table can be emailed to all of council. I anticipate that Councillor Roger will be quite interested in this revised table as well, because he has expressed interest in our debt level. Right, with those adjustments to the debt projections, are there any additional questions for administration? I had one, and it would be either for Director Melanchuk or CAO, given before the break, Councillor Ball asked you to further break down the 4 items that amount to approximately $10 million worth of increased debt in 2026. And you gave us the 4 components of that. One of which was transit, which was $700 and some thousand in debt for transit. Can you confirm, one of you, whether that incurring that debt was necessary to get the $5 million grant that we got?
Mayor Ireland, yes, I can speak to that. So absolutely, that was recognized as a part of the municipality's contribution to the $5 million grant. So the construction of the facility, the details are in our budget book. I won't attempt to go by memory. It was about $3 million for the construction of the transit facility. And we have so out of that $3 million of construction costs, we have about $700,000 of mortgage. The rest was paid for by the grant. The mortgage is intended to be paid off by 2031. I believe it was a 5 years. So by 2031, the municipality will have no debt associated with the transit facility and will be the owners of a $3 million plus facility.
Which then costs us that 700 and some thousand plus the carrying charges on it.
That's correct.
Thank you for that. Any other questions for administration related to reserves and debt? If not, I will look for motions. Deputy Mayor Melvin just reminded me that I asked a question about, in particular, utility reserves being applied to cushion rate increases. CEO given you indicated you needed a moment to huddle on that, but I don't know whether you had that moment over lunch because you were huddling on other more significant matters.
Mayor Ireland, I think the recommendation from prior to the lunch break would still stand if council had an interest. Administration is in using utility reserves to cushion the rate increase for 2026. The appropriate avenue would be the utility operating reserve. As you can see, we don't plan to use it in 2026. We haven't utilized it in 2025 or don't plan to balance the year. So there is $1.2 million there that would be available. It would be appropriate to offset the operating costs. And as I shared prior to the lunch break, does increase some amount of, reduces the municipality's financial flexibility for unexpected things that might come. So it really is about council's level of comfort, with that reduced cushion, so to speak.
If I go back then to the operating budget for utilities by object, where does that transfer on the revenue side come from, if not from the utilities operating reserve?
Mayor Ireland, I can maybe start. I believe Director Malinchuk shared earlier that there was in 2025, there was an expected borrowing that didn't occur through the course of the year. So when council established the budget for 2025, the administration advised that we expected to take some borrowing. As we've done with this budget, we said, and we're planning on making the payments on that borrowing in 2025. So we collected money through the utilities to be able to make those payments. But we have never actually took the borrowing, or we haven't yet taken the borrowing. So those payments never occurred that much, but we had captured the money to be able to do it. And so it sat in a reserve and was able to be applied in 2026. Because in 2026, we will have those debenture payments starting. And so now we're starting to apply the money that we captured in the previous year. So that's one part of the picture. And then there was a smaller amount. Director Malinchuk, by all means. Yeah, so in 2026, on the water side, there's 519,000 in transfer from reserves. And on the sanitary side, there's 265,000 in transfer from reserves. That one has a notation that's specifically for capital, but those would be the two that would make up that number that you're seeing. And some portion of that is for the those payments that we didn't have to make in 2025.
I see your hand, Councillor Hall. I am still so confused. And I credit Councillor Waxer, who asked earlier, and I got her question answered, but maybe I didn't follow it. So if we go to the reserve forecasting again, the utility operating reserve shows nothing in 2025. And nothing again in 2026, but if we forecast something coming out of that reserve in 2025 and didn't use it, and we want to use it now, why are there all zeros across?
Director Malinchuk.
Struggling, yes.
No, it's a fair question, and Director Malinchuk can speak to that more details.
Your Worship, thank you. I think I can clarify. It is a roll in and roll out scenario where you're going to add it in and take it right back out and throw it into the next year. So it net zeros. If you're speaking to taking out more to offset levies, then there would just be the additional amount out from the reserve, which sits on the balance sheet. It would roll over to sit in the revenue to offset the levy. The levy would come down and the amount in the reserve would be a bit higher so that it equals out the amount of expenses that occur in the year. Maybe I just complicated things more.
Maybe it's just stalling me, and I will take it off here and ask later. I go back to the utilities operating budget. There were 400 and some thousand dollars, which was to be transferred from reserves in 2025. That increases to 700 and some thousand in 2026. And yet on the reserve forecasting, both years are zero, but the numbers keep changing, and the reserve never changes. The amount of the reserve is consistent from the opening balance in 2025 to the opening balance for 2027.
Yes, Your Worship, sorry, I could have put it in as a debit and credit in the same amount on either side, but it is a wash where it just nets zero. It doesn't change the ending balance. It actually transfers over in December 31st and rolls into January 1st. So it's so quick. I don't put it onto that schedule, and it's obsolete. It doesn't make a difference. So that is why it's not there.
All right, thank you. I think Councillor Hall was next and then Deputy Mayor Melman.
I could defer to Deputy Mayor Melnick as I'm just writing a few more things down if that works. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you. In this conversation, the transfer to reserves of the 784, we're assuming that it's going to go into utility operating reserve, but it actually would most of that be going into utility capital reserves. And in other words, we have two reserves for the utility, which is maybe why a portion that's going in and out of the operating becomes net zero. But you know, when you look at the capital reserve, it's increasing, which was the intention, which I believe was the intention of the way we look at our water levy and sandy levy and so on. And when I look at the $368,000, 368,541, which is the net increase from the prior year, we're actually only, that increase represents 5.34% in levies. And to reduce for the that's like 1 year means we're basically taking a step backwards when we know we're going to have huge challenges with capital in the utilities department in the future. So I would rather see an increase each year contributing to the reserve pot for us to be able to finance the things that we have to do in the wastewater treatment plant. Once we take a step backwards, that means the next year you have to take 2 steps forward. One to get back to where you were, and then the next step to get back to where you wanted to be 2 years earlier.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, and I agree with Deputy Mayor Melnick. In fact, it might even be 2 steps forward with inflation and rising costs. My question, just for clarification, we are already applying $420,000 of financial stabilization reserve to this year's budget. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Again, other questions are welcome or a motion?
I'll speak to it, but if you want to make it, go ahead.
Deputy Mayor Melman.
Thank you, Worship. And I believe we're talking about reserves first, so I would make the motion that committee accept the 2026 use of reserves as presented.
Thank you for that motion. Councillor Waxer.
I'm wondering if we need to say revised because what's in the book is different than what's on the screen.
I expect Deputy Mayor Melnick will accept that as a friendly amendment to his motion.
Well, we're talking about reserves, not debt.
That's true.
Oh, good point.
So at that point, when that person makes that motion, I'm sure they'll include that amendment.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland, and I will vote in favor of this motion. I think reserves are one of the easiest things to cut or not put money into to help with the tax burden, but as we move forward and as provincial funding shrinks each year, and we can't count on that level of support from other levels of government, I think it's really important that we start saving money. As Mayor Ireland spoke to yesterday with Alberta municipalities and their property taxes reimagined, this isn't just an us problem. It's the same reality across the province, and we're being asked to do so much more with less. And saving is very important. I think it's really important to keep our reserves healthy. And we already are applying $420,000 in reserves to this year. So we're already helping with the tax recognition.
Seeing no other councillors currently interested in speaking to the motion, I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed, that is carried. And if we could then, as Deputy Mayor Alvin correctly pointed out, go to the debt portion of presentation. Councillor Watts.
That committee received the 2026 revised debt projections for information.
Thank you for that motion. Councillor Waxer.
Yeah, maybe not proceed.
As we see
I think we see this.
Okay.
Mayor Ireland, that, yeah, the wording is intentional there. Administration, the debt, the sort of application of debt is actually in the capital budget. So as you've been going along the capital budget, you've implicitly been making some choices for 2026 about approving debt funded projects. So the motion for here is that you've seen the forecast and that you're receiving that information. There's nothing to approve or change. If you wanted to change what the municipality was doing and how we were using debt in 2026, the place to do that would be line by line on the capital items, rather than sort of at the overall scale that we're showing.
In any event, it was simply information for us to receive to tell us where it is projected we might be. But it's not as if we get to change it. All right, I will call the question in on Councillor Waxer's motion to receive the revised debt limit projections. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. That takes us finally to the community groups requests. And we can, let's just go through them in the order in which they came to us initially, which is the order on the motion sheet, I think. Unless anybody has a suggestion of a omnibus motion to deal with all of them. But if that is not the case, then we can go through them one by one. Yes, the motion, proposed motion list is a little bit different than the order in which they're in the presentation material. So I do not really think it matters where we begin, but we have to begin somewhere. So let's begin with the library. Already in the budget is the same amount as was in the 2025 budget, and the actual expenditure $213,156. There is a request to increase that to just over $218,000, which means an additional request for the 2026 operating budget of $5,329. Again, when this matter was before committee of the whole last, the motion was, what was the motion? To recommend that it come forward, to be considered in the budget. So this is our opportunity to consider whether that amount gets added to this year's annual operating budget.
That's right, Mayor Ireland. In each case, the items that are shown on screen here were items that were presented to committee of the whole previously. Committee chose to send them forward for consideration to today. The total amount of all of the requests is $156,000, $156,377. That is the amount that is not in the base budget proposal that was presented at the start. These are additions to, and council can choose which of any of these you wish to add. And then that would be something that administration would bring together, present in a revised fashion as we consolidate all the decisions that you've made.
And for clarity, Mr. Given, my recollection is that two of the requests also included requests for reductions or elimination of rent. Are there? And how will that again be, if those are accepted, how will that change the operating budget?
So on those ones where there was a request for a reduction in lease cost or rent, the change would appear in the Protective and Legislative Services budget under the council community contributions line as an expense. And what happens in the back end is that expense subsidizes the loss of revenue in the relevant facility. So this building, there's a budget that says, here's how much money we expect to get from rents in the Library and Cultural Center. We would have a shortfall if council said, okay, we can have reduced rent. But the cost of that shortfall shows up in the council community contributions line, Protective Legislative Services. So the facility itself stays whole and it doesn't impact its revenue or expense. It's just that council is choosing to fund a part of that rental income that will be realized in another department.
Thank you for that clarity. Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much. I have a question for administration about if you can go back to the community groups. I'm not seeing the tennis club on here, and is that because we saw it in capital already? So have we essentially funded it?
So the last council actually approved the funding for the tennis club, so that was already included in the budget. We had a bit of that discussion when they presented. I think they wanted to ensure that the new council was aware of the details of their project. They wanted to confirm that they've been approved for provincial funding. There was a commitment from the municipality, I think, from to match that if they realize the funding. The last council gave us direction to do so, so it's already in there.
Thank you for that.
Deputy Mayor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And a question through you to administration. You suggested an omnibus possibility of approving all of these to get them into the budget and then see what the budget would look like based on all the changes. That would complicate things, I think, for administration. If we did that, it'd be better to have clarity, because it will come back to us, and if we see that there are other things that perhaps may need to be reduced, now would be the time to make those reductions as opposed to the next meeting, correct?
Mayor Ireland, for Councillor Melnick, appreciating that, the answer of am I in support of this or not may depend on what it does to the overall budget. My suggestion would be that if council doesn't want to see something in the budget, if you think that it's not likely to be there in the future, when you come back at it, you may just want to vote on these line by line individually. Certainly, we've set up the motions for you to consider that way. And we've also presented the total financial and tax requisition impact on this slide, so you can sort of see that while they are all important, no individual one of them is going to solve the municipality's tax, requisition increase. Independently. So you might as well, my advice to council would be, you might as well vote for the ones that you want to see in, have some discussion, debate on them individually, and that gives really clear direction to administration rather than us calculating and then recalculating down the line.
Councillor Hall.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. I can start if there's no other questions for administration around this process. So I'd move that committee. Is it amend the budget? Are we doing what's written here? Or are we still accepting? Amend?
So, Mayor, so administration has only put these, committee has actually put these forward. They're not included in the budget, so it would be an amendment of the budget to include them.
Thank you for that clarification. Then I would move that committee amend the budget to increase funding for the Jasper Municipal Library by $5,329 to a total of $218,485 for funding in 2026.
Thank you. Councillor Hall, do you wish to speak to the motion? Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? All right, I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. I will try something. See if I can say this anytime. I will relinquish the chair to Deputy Mayor Melnick and make a motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. Didn't see that coming, but you know what? The chair recognizes Mayor Ireland.
The motion I will make is that committee direct administration to amend the budget to increase funding for the museum in the amount of $40,000, for Habitat for the Arts in the amount of $31,848, for the Jasper Artist Guild in the amount of $4,200, and to adjust the lease payment amount to $950 to the end of June 2026, to amend the budget to include $10,000 for Evergreens Foundation Senior Bus, to include $10,000 for Community Futures West Yellowhead, to include $20,000 for the Jasper Heritage Folk and Blues Festival, and to include $10,000 for the Jasper Chamber of Commerce. I made that motion, including all on two clear understandings. It does not include uplift because I will recuse myself for that, so I don't want that as part of the motion, so that remains outstanding. And I make the motion in recognition that any councillor can call for division of the question. So if there are councillors who wish to debate any of the particular requests, those can be segregated, but rather than go through the process of voting for everyone separately, if we're generally agreed on a bunch of them, let's get them into one motion, and the chair can accept any motion for division. So I leave that out there and invite each of my fellow councillors to segregate those ones where they think that they should be treated other than as they have been in the motion that I have given.
Thank you, Your Worship. Questions or comments by any of the councillors? Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I think I can support this for the most part. I have big concerns about the museum. With when they came to ask last 2 weeks ago, last week, in their budget, the lot revenue wasn't accounted for in expenses, and they had said it was moving to a holding savings account, kind of a reserve. And when we got the updated financials from them, and I'm sure these aren't confidential, I would assume these would have been on our agenda. Even with our $40,000 contribution, they're still behind negative 35,000. And they're also including gaming revenue in their income, which I'm assuming will be coming from a casino of some sort, of almost $30,000. And I don't know if they'll reach that. I've done casinos before, and it's about 15 to 20 is what you get, but aside from that, including that in this income for this year, they're not going to have that income next year. And I worry that's going to leave an even bigger hole in their budget. I want to support them. I think we should. I just don't know where this is going with them. Like I am worried about these financials, seeing that number come back to us once they revise their financial statement for their budget for us. I just wanted to put that on the table and maybe see if anyone else has similar concerns or how we help the museum.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Comments from other councillors?
I can speak to my position on that, and while I recognize that they revised the numbers, they asked for $40,000. I agree it's probably not enough to balance their books, but they're an independent organization, and that's what they requested. It's not unreasonable. It's less than what we have provided in the past. It recognizes community support for that organization generally. And it cannot be council's job to micromanage the budget of another organization. So they've asked for 40,000. Maybe they should have reconsidered that, but that's what they've asked for, and I'm prepared to support it.
Thank you, Your Worship. Other councillors? Councillor Baxter.
Echoing Mayor Ireland's comments, I would say I would also like to acknowledge the enormous contribution to the Historical Society and the museum through local fundraising and the fundraisers that also offer programming opportunities for residents. I believe that there's a significant support for the museum in the community and need for the services that it provides. So I too will be in favor of that.
Other councillors? Councillor Boucher.
Yes, I would echo the same sentiments as Councillor Waxer. I think the museum is really a struggle, if you will, the last number of years prior to the last 18 months. And I think that this, if nothing else, it shows that we support them in a very fundamental way, and not just the organization as a whole, but all the individual volunteers that they cobbled together there to really get themselves headed in a positive direction, both financially and socially. I would support the support for them.
Thank you. No other hands. I will support Mayor Ireland's motion, and I'm going to look to administration to make sure that I was quickly jotting notes as to the various dollar amounts that were being supported and being mentioned, and the direction to amend the budget to reflect what Mayor Ireland has moved. And it will give us a chance to move this along. And if there are no other councillors to speak, then I'll refer back to the mayor to close. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Waxman.
Sorry, on a more global perspective, I just wanted to acknowledge the value of all of these organizations and the volunteers that support them in making our community a more rich place to live and raise families. And so I just wanted to take this opportunity to express appreciation to all of the people involved in all of the aforementioned groups.
Thank you, Councillor Waxman. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, and Councillor Waxer now has stolen some of my words that I was going to use in closing, but I appreciate that level of support. I wanted to mention two things. Yesterday, I was happy to vote in support of a motion to increase revenue from paid parking. And from my perspective, that was intended in order to allow us to support community groups. So even at that, we increased revenue by $250,000 roughly. And that allows us to support requests from community groups of a lesser amount, about $150,000. So we still come up with a net savings on the tax increase of about $100,000, so maybe 1%. But we gave ourselves some room to accommodate this. And to echo Councillor Laxer, not only are each of these entities beneficial for the community in normal times, each of them, I think, validly made the case that they have and they continue to contribute positively to our social recovery. People need particular outlets as we go through recovery. Many of those are provided for in the arts, but the Evergreens made a very strong case that connecting seniors to each other through a bus is a matter of recovery, social recovery. And that can be said with respect to each of the items. The Chamber of Commerce is a little bit different, but that is, again, as was discussed, essentially improving our own assets. So it is somewhat different, but still entirely valid. So on that basis, we have opened an opportunity to recognize the valuable contribution of each of these groups, particularly in this time of recovery. So I'm happy to make the motion and happy to support them, and recognizing that for other reasons I have left up with Mural Festival out of it, and we can come back to that, or council can come back to that. That is the basis of my motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. And with that, we've closed debate on the motion. I will look to councillors. All those in favor? And that is carried. We have one other item on the community group referrals that is unresolved at this point. And Mayor Ireland, you're...
Yes, I assume that you are leading us into a discussion of the uplift Mural Art Festival, so I will lead all of you and lead you to that, and you can let me know when you're concluded.
We won't forget you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay, thank you, everyone. We have the last community group request the Uplift Mural Festival, who came before us and requested $25,000 in cash for this upcoming mural festival celebration in 2026. And I look to councillors for discussion. Councillor Hall.
I would make the motion, unless there is discussion around. I would make the motion that committee amend the budget to include $25,000 in funding for the Uplift Mural Festival for 2026.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Councillors, discussion? Councillor Constant.
Fortunately, this is the only one of the three that I had a bit of a problem with, the other two being the Legion and the tennis court. But yeah, I unfortunately can't support this. I love the murals personally. It's I think they bring a lot to the community. I'm just wondering though if there isn't another way that they could get it funded, like perhaps like even corporate sponsors, like something like a Pepsi emblem on it, you know, as opposed to Coke, because Pepsi's much better. See what I did there? 10 grand in my pocket. No. And it's hard for me, and I think it's gonna pass anyways, but on behalf of some of the public and stuff that I've talked to, it's having a hard time just buying groceries and stuff, so that's just too much money that I don't think it's necessary right now. And like I say, I mean, personally, I'd gladly give the boys money or the group money or whatever, and I just, as a representative, I can't back it.
Thank you, Councillor Constant. Other councillors? Councillor Watson.
Thank you. I will speak in favor of the motion. Primarily, I think that this group has worked really hard to be consistently adding new murals every year and has developed a name for themselves and been able to attract some significant talent to add to our community. And I would say that I also recall them saying that the ability to have municipal funding helps them leverage other funding. And I would hate to in any way stop the momentum. So for that reason, I will vote in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Bouchard.
Yes, as much as I appreciate the situation that a lot of our constituents are under, I think the Uplift Festival and the murals that we see around the community really are just that. They are an uplifting visual, much like our gardens and our flower beds and whatnot are. I think that given the momentum that this group has now has going, I would really not want to interrupt that momentum. I think it's something that has enhanced our community. I realize it may seem as an extravagance to some, but I think at the very base root of the human condition, they just add a nice visual for when you're walking around our community, and even for our visitors, I've received so many comments about how the people really love them, and I would vote in support of supporting the Uplift Festival. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bouchard. I will also speak in favor of the motion. One of the things that strikes me about the Mural Festival is the philosophy of celebrating Indigenous heritage by having an Indigenous artist consistently every year produce murals in our community, as well as supporting young artists who may not have the opportunity, and also celebrating events within our community. And for example, the celebration of one of our residents on one of the mural walls. I think they add a great visual to the community. It's something that we can capitalize on in the future, and it is something that's done in a lot of communities and centers globally. And it just puts us in that class of a community that recognizes the value of public art. And so, with those comments, I will, as I say, support this motion. And I will now turn to Councillor Hall to close.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I will echo what Kathleen or what Councillor Waxer, Councillor Pichette, and Deputy Mayor Melnick have said. Going back to what Councillor Waxer spoke to around our sponsorship being essential in this this festival society being able to unlock more funding, I think really helps. And the festival is in its 5th year. I think it's a big milestone for them, and I agree it's really brightened up our community.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. That concludes our discussion. I'll now ask a question. All councillors for? And councillors against? Thank you. We have a vote of 4-1. That recommendation to administration to amend the budget is passed. And at this point, I think it's appropriate to bring back the mayor. Your worship, before I relinquish the chair, we didn't complete the meeting without you. But I do see we have under motions for consideration, there's a capital motion that we would need to address. And I believe you mentioned earlier that a desire for a wrap-up motion that you wanted to ensure we didn't forget. And with that, I will relinquish the chair back to the mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. So to conclude, then we have completed agenda item 3.6, community groups. But we still have a couple of matters outstanding. Mr. Gibbon?
That's right, Mayor Aaron. One matter outstanding still with community groups. There was a recommended item around capital. And so there was a request from the Legion with respect to the cenotaph and ultimate cenotaph replacement or refurbishment, that really a larger project that they envisioned. I believe the presentation at committee, they suggested they were looking to start that conversation and not necessarily for a large financial contribution in 2026. And so committee recommended it forward. Administration has had a look and is recommending to council that if you wish to recognize this project, while also providing some opportunity to have discussion with the Legion about the right way to approach it, other potential external funding sources, then the way to do that would maybe be to amend the capital budget to include cenotaph replacement project as an unfunded item in the 2027 year as a placeholder amount. And again, understand that we don't really have a sense of the scale of the project or actual costing that we could rely on. For this time, taking the Legion's number of 240,000 that was recommended from committee, that might be an appropriate way. That way, it gives the project some status. It shows in our plan. It shows that council has heard from the Legion about this need, and it creates an opportunity for administration to work with the Legion to further develop that project concept, so we can find out some different alternatives and get a better sense of costs, so that for 2027 we would be able to be back at budget and give you some more detailed recommendations. So that's why administration's not recommending to fund the project because it doesn't have at this time have a detailed plan. And we think we can work with Legion to advance that. So this gives it some status, makes it so that it's recognized, and then we would take the 2026 year to work out some of the details with Legion and hopefully be in a position to come to you through the course of the year with some additional more detailed recommendations.
Thank you for that. CAO Given. Is there any questions for CAO Given? Deputy Mayor Melnick?
Thank you, Your Worship. And by making this recommendation, just to be clear, my understanding is we need to understand who actually owns that piece of land or that sliver, that corner, and it may be joint between 2 or 3 entities from as far back as the school board, municipality, Parks may still own that land. I think that needs to be part of the discussion because there seems to be that lack of clarity about the ability to look for grants and to how to actually work on a piece of land that we don't know who owns it.
Mayor Ireland, to Councillor Melnick's point, that's exactly some of the discussions we'd like to have some time to take. It's clear that at least part of the current space exists in what is essentially road right of way. And so there's a number of different issues, again, potential funding sources, ownership of the land, such as it is in a national park, funding, sort of funding split, ultimate ownership of the asset. All of those things are the types of details administration would like to have some time to work with the Legion on. And again, recognizing it, council's heard, it's on the books as a community priority, and then we can take it away and work on those details over the course of the year.
Thank you for that, Mr. Given. I appreciate the added body around the question I was asking and about the detail of the recommendation.
Councillor Waxer?
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I'm happy to make that motion. Sorry, my voice is going.
Just before you do, just in terms of the wording of the motion, again, this is just the particular, but I wonder whether it should be that committee direct administration to amend the draft budget. We're not actually amending the budget, but we're giving direction that you guys amend the draft and it comes back in that form. So you've got that, Councillor Waxer.
Yes, that committee direct administration to amend the budget to add cenotaph replacement project as an unfunded item in the amount of $240,000 in the 2027 year.
Thank you, Councillor Waxer. Is there any councillor wishes to speak to the motion? Deputy Mayor Melnick?
Just to ensure the friendly amendment in the actual verbiage, that we wanted to amend the draft budget as opposed to the budget.
Okay.
Understood.
Happy to accept that friendly amendment.
Seeing no other hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor? There was a hand up there, Councillor.
Oh, yes, sorry.
That's something. Yeah, thank you. That is carried. There are none opposed. That was carried. There were none opposed. All right, we also had suggestions, at least for wrap-up motions. And I thought I might have tabled one myself. I'm having trouble recollecting what it was, but are there any other motions that administration thinks are necessary, or any other motions that any councillor thinks might be necessary?
Mayor Ireland, anything council may wish to do, notwithstanding, administration would be prepared if we took a little bit of a break. We can share with you what the budget looks like, consolidating the changes that council's made, and give you a little bit of a sense of what that looks like on the impact on a residential property in terms of that tax. So if we could take a little bit of a pause, we can show you that. So you have that information before you consider whether you would to recommend this amendment by the board of council.
Thank you for that. In terms of a little bit of a break, what amount of time do you think is necessary? Is 15 minutes sufficient?
I think 15 minutes would be fine.
All right, we will take a recess now at 2:25, which reminds me, we might need a motion to go. Oh, we had that yesterday.
We had that
That's all one
yesterday.
meeting. That's right. All right, so we can break now at 2:35 and reconvene at 2:50. We are back in session, couple minutes longer than was anticipated, but I think administration is now ready. So Mr. Given, I will turn to you and you hand off as you consider necessary.
Thanks, Mayor Ireland. Again, thanks to our finance and administration team who were able to update our slide deck with the impacts of the decisions that have been made. Appreciating it's a little further away, so maybe I'll discuss some of the changes. No changes, obviously, to the tax requisitions. So you wouldn't be seeing any changes in the administration area generally. We start to see some of the changes in urban designs, down to protective and legislative services. Previously, the difference there was $450,000. Now it's $409,000. A slight change in the operations department. But the net impact of all the changes is very subtle. The previous increase in total net tax requisition was $1,147,002. Now it's $1,115,000. Sorry, $1,115,379. So again, very subtle change, but slightly down. And administration has also calculated, and again, with that caveat that it depends on each individual person's property. And we are only talking about municipal taxes, not any of the requisitions to others. So on a $900,000 house, that would be about $583 per year, or just under $49 per month, as a result of the net tax increase that's proposed here. So administration calculates this regularly, and it's something that we would publish with the version of the budget that would come to council. Obviously, the public are interested in what this may mean for them, and that caveat that it's need to wait and see what your assessment is, how it compares to your neighbors and everything else, but gives people a rough idea of, they can actually calculate for themselves using that per $100,000 measure. That's the number up here. So for every $100,000 of assessment, you would see your taxes roughly change, your municipal taxes roughly change by just under $5.50 per month. So we have a number of residential properties that are, their value is restricted. The way that their value grows is restricted. And so we do actually have a number in that sort of $250,000 to $300,000 range. We also have many that are above that, in that $900,000 or above range. And the finance and admin team has also calculated the impact on an annual and per month basis for commercial properties, urban commercial properties, at $1 million valuation, $5 million valuation, or multiple side. So if somebody had a $10 million property, commercial property, they could sort of double that. So that's the net effect of the decisions that council has made. The application of the visitor paid parking increase of revenue brought it down. the addition in of the community organizations that council just dealt with, brought it back up, but not quite back up all the way from where we started.
Thank you, CAO Given, Councillor Hall, and then Councillor Frechette.
There we go. Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. I have a question about, if you can go back to the screen that you just shared, the commercial tax impact. That's based on the value of the business, is that correct? Or the annual revenue of the business? What if there's multiple businesses in one commercial residence? Or one commercial building? So, because it goes to the commercial property owner, but if they pass that on to their businesses, is it then up to them to determine what each business contributes towards their taxes?
Yeah, so the Mayor Ireland question that the perspective that Councillor Hall is bringing up is there's a difference between a business and a property owner. And so a leaseholder or property owner may own a building that has multiple different businesses, and the arrangement between the building owner and the businesses that are tenants of that building are obviously a commercial arrangement between the two of them, and the landlord may choose to offer all different types of arrangements. Most often, I think it's fair to say that those types of arrangements funnel down some of the operating costs, like property taxes, the individual businesses within that property. But the municipality obviously, isn't in control of that. We don't directly levy property taxes on anything other than physical buildings.
If I can continue, so a commercial property owner with a commercial building with multiple businesses in it, how does the municipality assess what that commercial property is worth?
Yeah, so this is a really great question for one of our assessors here. And for those members of the council who are going to be on the regional assessment review board, you're going to get a deep dive on exactly how that works.
Okay.
But at a very, very high level, the value of a commercial property there's a couple of different ways of calculating it. One could be on how much would this commercial property sell for out in the marketplace? Just, if it was to list on real estate, what if similar properties sold for? That's one way of looking at it. And another way of looking at it is how much revenue can this property generate, which often impacts how much somebody would be willing to pay for that property. So if you took let's use a accommodation property, a hotel. You looked at it and said, this hotel has this many rooms and the average daily rate for those rooms is this, and based on that, you should be able to earn this much per year. As somebody thinking about purchasing that property, that has a big influence on what I'm willing to pay for the property. That starts to determine or influence the market value of the property. So there's an income-based approach, which is used on commercial properties most often because that has an influence on what somebody's willing to pay for that commercial property. Then there's the actual sort of market value, which is the general market value, which is applied in the residential sector, where there's not that income portion of it. So how much would a person pay for this house? Can we find comparable houses that have sold recently? And what did they sell for? That's how you establish the value on residential property. On a commercial property, it's much the same, but this impact of how much income could you earn from this building is a big part of it.
So if I'm understanding correctly, it's based on what the building might sell for, and then also how much rent that the building owner is bringing in, not necessarily what the businesses in the building are doing.
That's good. Yeah, that's correct. I'd say so. Whether an individual business that's a tenant in a building is successful or not doesn't have a direct impact on the value of the building. I mean, if tenants in a building are continually not successful, and therefore people aren't willing to pay as much to rent that space, that starts to say that this property can't generate as much income, and probably out on the open market, nobody's going to want to buy that property for a higher price, right? They would start to. So you can see the relationship between income on commercial properties, the relationship between income and market value, right? And there is a connection the businesses are inside, but it's pretty indirect.
Thanks, one more. Last question on this. So if the business owner owns the building, then is it assessed on their annual revenue? Because they're not renting from themselves.
Well, in fact, there are others that, no commercial arrangements, somebody may be renting for themselves, a building owner may have a holding company that holds the building and their own business that operates inside that building might be an average commercial entity. Again, I think that there's a number of different commercial arrangements that can happen with the municipality. Doesn't sort of get involved in or take into account. It really is, what is the value of this property? How much would it sell for on the market? You want to go one step deeper, that how much would this sell for in the market is influenced by how much revenue could be gained, could this property generate revenue? And our assessor has the ability to go through and get information from commercial properties, check out what their lease rates are. They can do that work. Again, there's a number of different levels to it. A lot of provincial laws and regulations that guide how that happens, and the standards our assessors have to hit. And at the community level and per council's use really is what's the value of the property? We tax the building, not the businesses inside of it.
Councillor Frechette.
Thank you, Marilyn. Through you, I'll ask Director Given. So just to recap, with the new updated allotments that we're proposing or accepting. So a $900,000, so it's roughly $50 per 100,000. Is that correct?
It is, maybe I'll just put it up. It's roughly $5.40 per 100,000 per month. So this top line, and again, appreciating it maybe far away. So per $100,000, the increase would be about $65. I'll round up on that one, $65 per year for $100,000.
So $65 per 100,000 per year, and that's residential.
That's right.
And do we have is there a figure for commercial, or is it?
There is. And so on the commercial side, per $1 million of assessment, it would be just under $3,928 per $1 million of assessment.
Per million.
Correct.
And that's the increase for 2026.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Director Given.
If there are not further questions about the updated global look at the budget and its impacts, and if there are any other motions that any councillor would like to present for consideration, now would be the time. Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. I know that administration has worked very hard to trim this budget wherever they can. And with everything on our plate, recovery, rising costs, the looming 10%, our aging infrastructure, capital projects that need to be done. And the fact that our infrastructure grants shrink every year, I would like to take one last look at this, and I would like to ask our directors to go back in and see if we can find any last little bit of savings. So I am prepared to make a motion if this is the right time. I'd like committee to direct administration to identify and implement $236,000 in reductions, roughly 2% of the proposed operating budget, in whatever way they determine feasible without reducing community group funding, and bring a revised budget back to council.
I won't ask on behalf of administration because you can ask it if you choose, but just for my own. $200 18, is that what you said? 200?
I said 236 based on about 118,000 per percent, so roughly 2%, so 236.
And the intent is to leave that to administration to find that level of savings where they think it should land, and irrespective of department. So not equally among all departments, but spread out throughout the operating budget where they might choose, but not impacting community groups.
Yes, that is correct, Mayor Ireland.
Right, that is the motion from Councillor Hall. Is there any debate on the motion? Well, that won't be debate, but I certainly will allow this. We will entertain any comment or question from Mr. Gibbon.
Sure, yeah, Mayor, just so administration understands the intent or the desire. When would does council expect to see and hear what changes administration would propose? If you would expect to see or hear what changes administration would propose, when do you want to see them by? So is it, I mean, on the one hand, you could give us that motion, we could caucus this afternoon and see what we come up with. On the other extreme, you could say, show up at the regular council meeting of December 16th that we were planning on bringing this revised budget to, and tell us at that time, or it could be anywhere in between, you know. So yeah, just a little bit of guidance on, so the intent is clear in terms of admin, identify ways to reduce expenses by $236,000. That part's clear. Don't do it by reducing community group contributions. That part's clear. When isn't quite clear, because council, I mean, we're scheduled to 4:30.
Yep.
I don't know. I've got all of our directors here. We could take some time and see if that's something that we could identify and recommend, but that might not be what you intended.
Thank you for the question. If it could come before, or like on the second, the meeting on the second, it just depends on when your directors can, when administration can do this, but before budget goes through.
That gave latitude, that didn't include today, right? So it could, but what I think I heard was next regular meeting, which is the 2nd of December. I would like to be clear, and I think administration is already aware of this, but just for confirmation. So don't touch community group funding. But there are some other things that cannot be touched. Wages are wages. I presume you can't, I guess you could go into staffing and affect the wages overall. Where can you not go? So what is open to you to find savings? Can you answer that?
Well, the motion is, I think, helpfully pretty broad, gives administration latitude to, you know, on the good side, that gives administration broad scope to look at where would make the most sense. I think there's an assumption in the motion that also says with minimal impact to public facing services. That wasn't part of the motion, but I think that's the assumption. And that would certainly be my intent, and I imagine the rest of the admin team's intent. That's not actually a part of the motion, and so you may want, just keep that in mind when you make very broad-based motions. If you didn't have such a scrupulous and transparent admin team, they might come back to you and say, no problem, we're gonna reduce salaries in daycare and cut hours. That's a way to achieve the aim that is described in the motion. We won't do that. We would go back and identify across the organization if there are, you know, nickels and dimes in different spots that could add up to that. But tentatively motion gives that wide latitude. And it doesn't say that anything's off the table.
Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it might be helpful to extend the time period to administration so that we're not having this come to us at the next meeting. In fairness to administration, there are a lot of things that are just we're committed to. We have contracts, we have relationships, we have things that we need to do that it's really hard to find a savings. Like you can't just pay 2% less for an elevator maintenance contract, and you can't just reduce your insurance payments by 2%. So this is asking administration to go through basically and say, okay, well, these are the things we can't touch. What are the things we can among 5 or 6 different departments? And I think to achieve that, it should be done carefully and time should be given. Today is Wednesday. There'll be work being done in the next few days to put our agenda together for Friday. And there's not a lot of time to be ready for next Friday. So I would think the week after committee of the whole maybe would be a time where we might hear where those savings might come from. Just a suggestion.
Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion, either for clarity or opposed or in favor of the motion? Councillor Waxer?
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Through you, or I guess my comment is that I fully understand where Councillor Hall is wishing we could reduce the budget. But at the same time, I wonder whether a motion like this changes some of the intent of what you talked about in your preamble today, that the budget is council's budget, not administration's budget. And I wonder if that puts administration in an awkward place.
I won't call it closing, but
I'm not closing,
yeah, I know you don't want to.
Not yet.
Following Councillor Waxer, I appreciate the intent is to signal to residents, in particular taxpayers, that we are doing our best to reduce the budget. However, echoing also Deputy Mayor Melnick, there are things that can't be cut, and I presume that administration has already looked diligently for every place where savings can be found, and so to find another 2%, though important to residents, as taxpayers, cannot imagine how it can come other than at the expense of service levels somewhere. And just as we have had other groups come before us, it suggests we cut the budget, and the question has been, where do you propose we bust it? We find the savings, and they say, well, we leave it to you as council. And then we abdicate, and it is our budget, but we leave it to administration. It is incredibly difficult. I appreciate. On the other hand, I understand why we want to try and reduce the overall burden on taxpayers. I'm still undecided on my reaction to the motion, whether for or against, but if we put it off at least until the next committee of the whole, as recommended by Deputy Mayor Melnick, and it gives each of us an opportunity also to look for ourselves where we think we might be able to find 2% here and there, and not leave it all on the shoulders of administration, which I think has already presented us with what it considers to be a bare bones budget to maintain services.
Yeah, Mayor, if I may, just an additional question of clarity for administration. The motion said $236,000 in reductions. Is the intent of the motion $236,000 in reductions in expenses? Or is it a $236,000 reduction in the net tax requisition? Those are not the same thing. Yeah.
The intent would be in the net tax requisition. And I remember maybe the budget before the fire, the same question was asked and a list came back to us that, or maybe it was 2023, similar along those lines. I'm not sure if you remember that happening. I just like residential tax is considerably low compared to other municipalities and cities and towns in our province, but the commercial tax is where I worry, and I worry about the small businesses that rent from commercial, like renting commercial, like seeing those numbers, you know, almost $4,000 a year extra for an assessed value of $1 million. I know a lot of stores that are assessed at $1 million, like that's a big chunk of money for a small business to pay. And I know it's a landlord tenant thing. It doesn't really have a lot to do with us, but I just want to be responsible moving forward. There's a lot on our plate and we've got a lot of debt coming up. We have a lot to do. And if there's any way we could save $236,000 off this budget, I don't want to touch reserves. I think those are super important to keep. That's my ask.
Any other comments before I get to calling the question? Although it might be somewhat out of offside procedure manual or policy. You spoke just now of leaving reserves alone. Do you include the rate stabilization? Because we have a rate stabilization reserve for a purpose to stabilize tax increases. And if we're looking at a tax increase of roughly 10%, and we wanted to, or maybe now it's 9%, and we wanted to reduce that by 2%, that is why we have a rate stabilization reserve. And if you have a rainy day fund and it's pouring out, maybe that's the day to use it. So I just wanted to know whether you consider that to be off the table for administration.
So I understand your question is, instead of asking for this reduction, adding 236,000 to that 420,000 already being applied.
Good. Again, a bit unorthodox. If the motion carries and administration comes back at the next committee of the whole, which I think was the 9th of December, between now and then, how much time and effort will have to be expended by staff to get an answer to the question? I would like to have a better understanding of the imposition of workload on administration, having already expended countless hours getting this budget. That I presume has looked at most of the opportunities to reduce already.
Mayor Ireland, as we said at the start, this is council's budget and council is free to direct the admin team to undertake whatever work that you see as necessary for you to achieve a budget result that you ultimately can support. And so that's what we're here to do. So council wants to give us that direction. We're up for the challenge. And what I might offer, Mayor Ireland, would just be some wording around the motion, just to make sure that for our the minutes and for administration that's working on this, that we're all under the same understanding. So what I think I'm hearing in Councillor Hall's motion as we discuss it would be that there is a direction to administration to provide recommendations at the next committee of the whole on how to achieve a $236,000 reduction in the proposed 2026 net tax increase without reducing community group funding. I think that that's all the elements that we've spoken about. And again, I want to be cautious about it appearing that I'm trying to summarize what I think I've heard in the discussion, because it's really important for admin to have the clarity on what it is that, what our marching orders are. We're happy to take any marching orders. It's just really helpful if they're clear. So that seems to provide the clarity that we could absolutely work on. And in terms of the workload on administration, we've got a team that's capable and competent, and we're more than capable of bringing forward some recommendations on how to achieve the aims that council, on a vote of all of you, a majority of council wants us to go and do something, we'll go and do it.
Thank you for that. Mr. Gibbon? Would it be beneficial to take a few minutes to consider your motion? I'm not sure whether you heard anything in there that might inspire you to amend the motion in any way, if you're comfortable. And I'm happy. Well, so I'll just have you repeat the motion because you have it down, just so that we're all clear before I call the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Allen, and I will just leave my motion as it is. So my motion is to direct administration to identify and implement $236,000 in reductions, roughly 2% of the proposed operating budget, in whatever way they determine feasible without reducing community group funding, and bring a revised budget back to our next committee meeting. Say that.
Councillor Burchett.
Thank you, Mayor. I am new to this process. I'm struggling a little bit with giving this task to administration. I think as we've gone through all of the asks and the piecemeals of the budget, that we should not incumbent upon us to look for these cuts. I really worry that we're going to have to go around the diamond again here, because we may not, or some people may not like the decisions that we've now said administration should make. I don't know that that's in true keeping of what we're here to do. I certainly wouldn't want to get into a situation where we will have to augment budgets in other departments to support a community group, or I think it may smack of something that wasn't the intention the original time we went around it. And as much as I agree with Councillor Hall, I would love to be able to reduce it by 2%, but I'm not sure that what we're suggesting is the way to do that. I just don't know that that's the spirit of the exercise that we just went through. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good one. I feel like Wendy is kind of calling the bluff on the directors that they're going to put a little bit of wiggle room, which I would do if I was a director. Like, it's like, well, just in case, And then Wendy's kind of calling the bluff, and then it's kind of like calling them to task to, you know, like see if they can do it, which they don't really want to do it because then it'll repeat year after year. But I'm actually gonna go with Wendy personally. Like, and I don't care to make any extra work for you folks, but like I say, I'd be putting a little wiggle room in if I was putting a number. I wouldn't put them lower than what I thought I needed. So what the heck? Let's see where it works out.
Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? And it's clear enough now for administration. We've been through it enough times. All right, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Well, isn't that interesting?
Not thinking.
So that motion is defeated. So that saves you a bunch of work. We're still open to other motions. And then otherwise, perhaps a motion, well, it is intended now that this will come back to council for decision on the 16th. And I remember where I started the day, which was my own sense that maybe it could be published by the 5th, and probably even earlier now, because we kind of got where we're going. So rather than me relinquish the chair, if we could have a motion that the budget return to council for decision on the 16th of December, but be published by, I think I suggested earlier today, the 5th. So not for the next council meeting, but in advance of the committee of the whole meeting. And before that motion is made, I take it that is all doable, Mr. Gibbon?
Yes, Mayor Ireland, based on the changes that are in front of us today, publishing on the 5th, I don't think is a heavy lift. So certainly we can do that.
Deputy Mayor Mellon?
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. You were very articulate in the motion regarding the request for the budget to be available to the general public by the 5th of December and to be included, or to be available on our December 16th regular council meeting agenda. I'm unclear as to, regarding the 9th of December, if that was to appear, the budget was to appear in the committee of the whole. I think it is for discussion, final discussion, by publishing it on the 5th.
It could come back. That I didn't think that had been part of my remarks, but is there now an intent from administration that we got for committee of the whole?
So I'll be cautious. This is council's process. You can have it come wherever you like. So what admin had started off the discussions yesterday with was presenting the concept that you're acting as committee of the whole today, making changes today and yesterday, making changes that you saw fit. And when you were satisfied, ideally you would be in a position to recommend that council approve the budget as amended. So if the majority of council doesn't feel that this budget is ready to go forward, for final approval, you'd like some additional time to make amendments, then my suggestion would be you may want to review it again at committee of the whole. That's where you would make amendments and then at that time, recommend the budget to council. So just that we're here in committee. You can send it to another committee meeting. It does reduce the, then you can reconsider anything that you've seen or done. And if you choose to make changes at that committee meeting, that administration would go through and rework the budget again to incorporate any of those changes. And we would have to see whether we could, if it went to committee of the whole on the 9th, and then at that time, council chose to make additional changes. Depending on the scope of the changes, it may be difficult to produce it for the 16th, but it certainly would reduce the amount of time the public would have a chance to react to any changes that were discussed on the 9th. As council knows, our publishing deadline is typically on the Friday before a meeting. So Mayor Ireland's suggestion that the budget as developed today be recommended forward to council for the 16th for final consideration, but that we publish it much earlier so that the public can get a look at it. That's clear and understood. And administration could also support council in saying we would like to review the budget again on the 9th and see if we want to make some changes. And then at that time on the 9th, you can decide whether you want to send it to the 16th. That would only leave 3 days for administration to sort of assimilate any changes and update documents before publishing on the 12th. And then the public would have a chance to see them on the 12th before the 16th. Or we go into a later meeting or a special meeting. Like again, it's quite flexible. Really, I think the question is does council wish to review and have the potential to make more changes? Or is council, and that's why you have a vote, satisfied that the changes that were made today are ready to be considered by council as the final candidate, the final draft?
Deputy Mayor Milne.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I would make the motion that committee recommend to administration, my intent is to have the budget come back to us on the 16th. And my intent is also to have it published as early as practical for the public to see. And so in essence, that's what my motion would be, to direct administration to bring the budget as discussed today to regular meeting of December 16th. And when everything has been reviewed, and as soon as practical, as hopefully as early as the 5th or 6th of December, that the budget be made public on our website.
Right. That motion is clear to all. Any councillor wish to speak to the motion? I'll call the question. All in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. I don't think that would be contrary to that motion if somebody wanted to bring this back for committee of the whole. I mean, I recognize that even with a recommendation, any councillor is still entitled until the time we finally approve the budget to make any recommended change. And if anybody wants to take some time to think about that, it might be better to do it before the 16th, if it's going to happen at all. But if nobody's so inclined, then we can wait till the 16th and the draft budget from today's and yesterday's session will be before us. But I just want councillors to be clear that despite the recommendation, it's not approved till it's approved, and it's open to any motion to amend in any particular. Councillor Waxer.
I think I would like to have another discussion at committee of the whole on the week, but again, have it published. And I wondered if it could be in the spirit of Councillor Hall's motion would be just in caucus if the senior leadership team could review and if just in case there's been anything forgotten that they might potentially reduce the budget, just give it one last look for that. Cause I voted against it because, not because I'm opposed to reducing the budget, but because I recognize how much work that would be to come down with that and that we might, that, council wouldn't have an opportunity really to be in part of that, and I think it is our budget and our responsibility. But just if there was anything just have a last verbal discussion that if it's possible to reduce in any way, shape or form.
That was a motion. It was a motion to have it come back for discussion
Yes, that, I think that's all, yeah,
on the 9th.
on
but-
the.
8th, what is it, 9th of December would be the next committee of the whole. But with the intent that administration be prepared with something or just for council discussion.
Just to have had the conversation, and if there is, there is, if there isn't, there isn't.
I see your hand. I don't think that at least our note taker is
No,
clear about what a motion might be if it is a motion.
I think the motion was really only to have the published budget available for conversation again and the committee of the whole on the not that or the whatever the date is. The in between before the 16th. The committee of the whole before the 16th.
So simply to add 2026 budget discussions to the agenda for the next committee of the whole meeting on December. I keep forgetting the night. All right, that is clear. Thank you. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Allen. And to the other requests from Councillor Waxer, I don't think that once a motion's defeated, administrative, am I correct? Once motion's defeated, we can't go back at it?
The chair certainly could judge, you can't go back to the same motion. And so the chair would be in the position to judge whether something is the same motion. So there's a lot of different ways that you can change the motion that was previously defeated on a tie vote. And it wouldn't be the same, but that would be up to the chair to make the judgment call.
The current motion is in order. I can say that much. And many other further motions could well be in order. As long as they're not a replication of a motion that has been defeated and we're not going to go through an election in the next years. All right, so there is a motion then to add budget discussions to the committee of the whole meeting for December 9th. But no expectation that administration do anything other than publish the new draft budget for that time. Great. Councillor Bichette.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. No, just to speak to the motion, I think, and the vote, of course, I think is in keeping with process. I guess my point was, we've now moved things, we've kicked the ball down the road a little bit now to a later date for releasing the budget to the community at large and whatnot. And I guess my point was, my original comment was that we all have access to all of the budget items that we've discussed over the last day and a half. If there's something that I think is glaring to a counselor or to the mayor or what have you. I think prior to going into dismantling all of the exercise that we've just done, if something is glaring that you think may be an issue that you could bring to administration's attention, I could see that. We all have access to the information. I just don't know that I'm comfortable with taking our budget and punting it back to administration to dismantle. I don't think that's the spirit of the exercise. I don't think I would be in agreement with that. If we had issues along the way, we could have identified them. And without even an idea of what percentage we're looking at, we could have taken the budget down in those different items. I think we have to move forward. I'd hate to see any kind of feelings out there that we support the special interests, although they're not special interests, they're all part of our community asks in favor of just randomly coming up with a carte blanche 2% reduction. I just think that that's something that maybe should have been more forced forward in mind than at the end of the exercise is all it seems to me. Thank you.
All right, we have Councillor Waxer's motion still before us. Does anybody else wish to speak to that motion? Is everybody clear on the motion? I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? There's one opposed, that is carried. Mr. Gibbon, is there anything else that administration might require from today and yesterday's session?
Mayor Ireland, I don't believe so. So just to sum up, I believe the committee has just given us direction to publish the revised budget as early as practical, likely December 5th, to bring that revised budget to the December 16th regular council meeting, and to add an item around the 2026 budget to the December 9th committee of the whole. So there will be some opportunities to discuss for council members and the community to digest the budget. And we'll make sure that there's documentation of the public can review and can consider. And you know, you may hear from members of the public between now and December 9th and December 16th. But no, I don't think from an administrative perspective there's anything additional we need. We have our marching orders. We'll incorporate the amendments that were passed over the last couple of days. We will produce a new set of documents, likely just for council awareness and expectation. We'll save the fancy version until after December 16th, when council's passed the finalized budget. We'll go through and pull out all of the financial tables and information and provide that to you. That's what we would publish so that people can see the more of the actual contents rather than going through the whole process. But I think we've got our marching orders. We're happy to do that. And council will decide whether there's additional things that need to happen on either the 9th or on the 16th.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gibbon. Councillors, anything else unsettled in anyone's mind that could be addressed by way of motion or otherwise right now? Councillor Conford?
I'm not gonna pass any motion or anything, but this has to do with the tennis club and their ask. It was like, I was looking forward to that because I was hoping to use it for leverage, because personally, I've been looking for years for an outdoor skating rink. And then when I heard about that area, I thought, hey, maybe we could use that area in combination with, there's another nonprofit group in Jasper that's looking for a place that I became aware of, and they got some funding and stuff. So just something to keep on our radar. Like I'm hoping to still possibly work with the racket club and the outdoor skating club, I believe they're called, to possibly use that area as a multi-purpose area. And I know it's going to be hard, like to convince, well, I believe it should be hard to convince the racket club that you know, it's gonna. Well, maybe it won't. Anyways, I'm gonna try to get those two groups, working together. And, you know, maybe more bang for our buck or however that's gonna work out. Thanks.
Great. Thank you for that, Councillor Constant. I would invite, in fact, welcome a motion to adjourn. Councillor Watson, thank you for that. No debate?
I believe that's my first time ever doing the motion to adjourn.
I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. We are adjourned. Thank you all, administration, for two very productive days.
Thank you.
And thank you in particular, Director Knowledge up in your team for the really thorough starting document, and for your ability to adjust on the fly as you did both yesterday and today. So thank you very much to you and your team. That is it for now.